Guerrilla growing trade secrets growing cannabis in the great outdoors. What could be more natural, more organic, more orine, than growing one of God's own creations under the bright, summer sun, in the rich, black topsoil that Mother Earth has provided us, nourished by Mother Nature's weekly rains? The cannabis plant, also called marijuana, ganja, and hemp, was once one of the most cultivated plants on the face of the earth, providing the planet with paper, rope, oils, medicines, fuels, and animal feed, and of course, smoking material. Somewhere along the way, the plant was wrongly classified as a danger, as a narcotic, as a scourge on mankind. This campaign was started, and perpetrated further, by corporate America. Their desire was to outlaw the hemp plant, along with the vast array of agricultural-based products that could be produced from the plant, and replace those products with the petrochemical substitutions. The cultivation of this wondrous plant was soon made illegal, based on propaganda films put out by the paper and textile industries. The plant was called the devil's weed by corporations, police, and politicians, and people were soon being handed down long jail sentences for smoking, possessing, or just growing the marijuana plant. Once the plant was eradicated from the farm fields of America, and could no longer be found for recreational purposes, other countries started growing the hemp plant, supplying the small, at that time, demand for smoke-able cannabis. Starting in the 1960s, tropical and subtropical countries started producing massive amounts of outdoor-grown cannabis for the American market. Back then we saw strains like Colombian Gold from Colombia, Acapulco Gold from Mexico, Panama Red from Central America, Jamaican Sativa, and Thai Stick from Thailand, all flooding into the American cannabis market. There were many more desirable sativa strains imported into the US at this time, but these were some of the true standouts. About this time, industrious growers in the United States, mostly on the West Coast and Hawaii, started collecting the seeds from these equatorial strains, planting them in their own backyard gardens. For half a decade, California and Hawaiian growers perfected the growing methods, segregating the strains that would ripen to perfection in their climate. All of these gardens were cultivated in the great outdoors, because metal halide grow lights were unheard of at that time. About this time, the mid to late 70s, these growers discovered the sinsemilla method, which involved exterminating the males, forcing the unfertilized female flowers into massive resin and bud production, making them more powerful than the seeded, equatorial cannabis strains. The sinsemilla revolution gave the domestic cannabis cultivation movement a huge boost, now allowing growers located almost anywhere in the US except the far north to produce their own, extremely high-quality, smoke. About this time, these growers were also starting to learn about plant breeding and genetics. The growers crossbred their cannabis plants into acclimated, powerful strains, suitable for outdoor growing in most of the US. This is about the time that sinsemilla first started showing up in large amounts, across the entire country, probably about 1980. Within a couple of years, the first ever cannabis breeder in the world, the Seed Bank, started running advertisements in High Times magazine, offering mail-order cannabis seeds, crossbred to grow and finish in any part of the United States and Canada. The seed bank was started by a gentleman named Neville, and was located in the Netherlands. Neville was a master breeder of cannabis, with a deep interest in genetics and crossbreeding, and he put that knowledge to good work. Soon becoming very wealthy, and quite world famous, by offering the American grower old-school strains like Skunk No. 1, G13, Hash Plant, Northern Lights, and Early Pearl. He lived in an old stone castle that doubled as his breeding facilities. This location was affectionately dubbed the Cannabis Castle. The seed bank was quickly followed by the SSSC, or Super Sativa Seed Club. They had a catalog listing dozens and dozens of quality outdoor strains. Once these two seed companies were up and running, all bets were off. Thousands and thousands of packets of outdoor cannabis seeds were imported into the US, and many other countries as well, over the next few years, and the outdoor growing revolution was born. Metal halide grow lights had now appeared on the scene, but the vast majority of weed grown in these years was grown outdoors. Throughout the 80s and the early 90s, High-quality cannabis, cash plants, and mortgage busters were grown throughout the entire country. The mountainous terrain, as well as the vast size of the Northern California wilderness, made that area the largest growing center in the United States. Back then, Californian Guerilla-grown sinsemilla was the most highly prized cannabis in the country. Even the moonshiners in the Kentucky and Tennessee hills quickly switched from distilling corn liquor to growing and exporting sinsemilla. As homegrown cannabis gained more and more respect from the US and Canadian smokers, and home production levels increased, it soon started to attract the attention of law enforcement, as well as the politicians. They started promoting draconian laws, designed to discourage the domestic cultivation of the cannabis plant. In Northern California, the national center of sinsemilla production at that time, the CAMP Campaign Against Marijuana Planting program was initiated. This was a law enforcement paramilitary exercise designed to harass and eradicate the growers using arrests, as well as asset confiscation, to accomplish this goal. Helicopter and airplane surveillance was initiated, and armed patrols roamed the back roads, forcing growers to plant much smaller gardens, but usually planting many more of them. When asset forfeiture began, meaning that a grower's house, land, money, and vehicles could be confiscated, without even having to prove that they were used in the cultivation process, the guerrilla growing movement was born. A lot of the California growers simply moved on to greener pastures in other states, and continued the growing operations from there. The growers who could not move from the area started to grow guerrilla style, that is, they grew on property that was not their own, national forest land, public lands, railroad right-of-ways, farm fields, unused industrial sites, foreclosed homes, and any property that could not be confiscated from them. All of this was done in an attempt to avoid the asset forfeiture laws, and protect their freedom and property. This was the birth of the guerrilla growing movement. When asset forfeiture laws started being used across the country, guerrilla growing really took off. A lot of people moved their operations indoors, but a house full of plants is really hard for the grower to deny knowledge of, and the entire house, and all assets, were completely at risk in the case of a bust. There is also the added fact that outdoor-grown marijuana is the best that there is. All natural, grown under the brightest grow light in the world, watered by Mother Nature, colored purple and red by the cool harvest season temperatures. Surveillance techniques, including aerial surveillance, have become much better over the years. Computers, digital cameras, and sophisticated electronics eavesdropping devices are being used to trap and arrest growers, while spy planes and low-flying choppers attack and observe from above. This has pushed even more outdoor growers into the wide expanses of the great outdoors. Many of the guerrilla growers in this book have taken to the swamps and the wetlands, carrying in literally tons of materials to construct guerrilla gardens in the middle of flooded swamps and wetland areas, places where no one would ever suspect there was a garden. As the internet became more and more popular, a large amount of chat rooms, billboards, seed banks, and growing forums came into existence, passing on many techniques, suggestions, and information on growing the cannabis plant. Soon, government and law enforcement watchdogs caught wind of what was going on the internet, and started doing something about it. A lot of the original chat, info, and seed sites were investigated and harassed into non-existence. Sites like cannabinoid.com, heavensstairway.com, Hempcuch, the Seed Bank, SSSC, and the Mark Emery Seeds site. Mark Emery, the owner of Emery Seeds, and a few employees, were arrested in Canada, and U.S. law enforcement attempted to jail them in the U.S. for conspiracy to deliver millions of cannabis seeds to the USA. As this is written, he is sitting in a federal pen somewhere in Georgia, USA. These injustices motivated our small group to write this paper. They became very concerned as overreaching judges, lawmakers and federal agencies started shutting down chat rooms, forums, and discussion boards, when the only crime committed by these sites was to pass on information about tried and true methods of cultivating the marijuana plant indoors and outdoors. These real methods worked, and were being put into real-life use in guerrilla gardens across the globe. About 2004, Trade Secrets Publishing began collecting, rewriting, and cataloging the multitude of info and techniques found on the many marijuana growing sites available on the internet, before they disappeared, or were somehow forced out of business. This harvested internet data was processed, filtered through our group of growing experts, and then completely rewritten. As the collection of info grew larger and larger, the group suddenly came to the realization that they had compiled an absolutely huge database of detailed, proven guerrilla growing instructions. Since these guys were all outdoor growers at one time or another, they knew exactly what data was important, and what information to search for. All aspects of guerrilla-grown cannabis are covered, with discussions and descriptions of real strategies that are currently being employed by actual guerrilla growers, hard, fast details concerning hands-on, guerrilla growing techniques that vastly increase yields, while enhancing security. The original idea was to gather this data, packaging it into a subscription website, figuring that this would keep the data more low-key, and out of the view of the public at large. With the recent announcements by the Obama White House, and the FCC, that they desire the power to shut down the internet whenever they proclaim it necessary, it became very clear to the writers that the database would have to be converted into printed book form, and then made available for sale to the general public. At least Obama has not claimed the right to seize and burn books yet. Web servers can be shut down, web hosting companies can be threatened with criminal penalties and lawsuits, websites can be attacked, harassed, and memory can be corrupted by viruses. Even digital e-books are now vulnerable to these threats. This book is the result of all of these efforts. Guerrilla Growing Trade Secrets is set up in the form of a growers' internet chat forum. On a growing forum, members seeking info on a certain subject post their questions, and then sit back and wait for the growers who have had experience with the subject of their question to post an answer. Over the next couple of days, the poster receives a multitude of answers, comments, descriptions, and opinions, many of which are just downright wrong, or will not work in that grower's situation, weather conditions, soil conditions, latitude, etc. Many times, old wives' tales and useless marijuana folklore are quoted. Some of these people seem to know less about the subject in question than the original poster did, but they still have to throw their comments in. A lot of the time, a review of these growers' forums leaves the aspiring guerrilla grower even more confused than before the research was started. This is where we come in. The experienced guerrilla growers in our ranks are able to pick out the useful information, the techniques that they know will work because they have experience in the real world of clandestine guerrilla gardening. Even though we are a group of experienced guerrilla growers, we learned a lot by putting this paper together. New techniques that vastly improved yields, security, and peace of mind. This research revealed many novel and ingenious methods, clearly demonstrating the creativity of the modern-day cannabis grower. It really made us think about our methods, and how to improve on them, getting those creative juices flowing. The book features many answers, views, and opinions to each question, providing the reader with many different ways of doing the same task. The reader will find themselves daydreaming about these techniques, in a constant push to improve their own garden's yield and security. Contained in these 350-plus pages is more information on the subject of outdoor, guerrilla-style marijuana cultivation than has ever been compiled in one place before. Even better, this is not a picture book, this book is for the professionals, or for those who want to become a professional. You are holding in your hands the ultimate collection of proven, guerrilla growing techniques, a virtual college thesis paper on the subject of modern, illicit cannabis cultivation in the great outdoors, 7 years in the making. It has been quite an adventure, and a learning experience, putting this paper together. We hope that you learn from it, and enjoy it as much as we have. Good luck and good gardening. How to use this book. Answers from different growers are differentiated by using separate text for each answer. First answer in normal text, the next answer comment in italicized text, and so on. This helps the reader to break up the different answers from different growers, without becoming confused. The book chapters are laid out in a kind of chronological order, starting with the selection of your growing site, and starting your plants, organic fertilizers, growing mixes, all the way on up to harvest day, curing, storage, and beyond. The aspiring guerrilla grower is encouraged to read this book from cover to cover, and then read it again. Use the information contained in this book in conjunction with internet research. If you come across an unknown term or technique, or an idea that sounds interesting, research the topic further using your internet account. Check out our website at www.tradescretspublishing.com for the latest hints, kinks, and tips on cannabis growing. These ideas will really get your creative juices flowing. Chapter 1: Pre-season preparations. Some stuff to ponder over before hitting the fields in the springtime. I don't claim to be an expert, but I do come from a long line of dirt farmers. For those of us enjoying spring in the northern latitudes, remember a few things before you dig or plant. Don't tell anyone. Don't tell anyone. Don't tell anyone. Don't tell anyone. Planting too early in spring is more detrimental than helpful. The critters love fresh green sprouts in a field of brown weeds, so you will want to wait until the area greens up prior to planting your babies. Plus, by about June 15th, an early planted plant will be a 10-foot giant, just yelling out to those choppers, "Come and get me." Do not plant in patches or man-made patterns. Way too easy for the choppers or airplanes to spot from above. Try to use public land, railroad, and dot or power line properties, not land that is secured or privately owned. Deer can destroy an entire crop in a very short time. Hours. Scent-based protection, i.e. old socks, urine, feces, etc., will fade with time as they get used to the smell. Fishing lines strung at different levels, i.e. 1/2, off ground, 2, off ground, then down to 1, off ground in spirals around plants, just plain old, freaks them out. They may walk over first ring after touching it, but the second and third rings tend to make them too nervous and will scare them off. Do not make frequent trips out to them for feeding, watering, and especially for showing off. Don't tell anyone. It is too easy for someone to follow your path into the woods and find your grow spot. Do not bother to grow if a streetlight is visible from any direction. Clones are best because of sex issue, but if you must plant from seed, don't even bother checking for sex until mid-August. However, this date will be earlier the further north that you are located. If growing with seeds, start them the December prior to the upcoming crop. This will give you time to grow the seedlings into a large plant, sex them, take some cuttings, and test the quality of the smoke, then use the quality selection test to choose a mother plant for your outdoor crop. If you have not obtained a good supply of organic compost by now, seek out a source and have a page. If growing with seeds, start them the December prior to the upcoming crop. This will give you time to grow the seedlings into a large plant, sex them, take some cuttings, and test the quality of the smoke, then use the quality selection test to choose a mother plant for your outdoor crop. If you have not obtained a good supply of organic compost by now, seek out a source and have a yard or two delivered, both for your crop and for your yard and garden. You do garden heavily on the side as a cover, don't you? And start hiking it out to your grow sites. Dig it into the ground so that it can decompose even further over the late winter and early spring time period. If you don't have a compost supplier, you must make your own, starting the prior fall. Collect all grass clippings, ground up leaf material, any and all fresh manure that you can obtain, as well as a couple of bales of fresh hay. Pre-wet the hay, heap all of this together, mix well, and let it cook for the entire fall, winter, and spring, turning it over and mixing it up at least 2 or 3 times over this time period in order to aerate the pile. After cooking for 5 to 6 months' time, the compost should compress and crumble like a good topsoil does. Feed this stuff to your plants for a high nitrogen organic boost. And it's free. If you plan on hauling this stuff out to your grow sites, spread it out on a patio or other concrete surface, or even just a plastic tarp, and let it dry out in the sun for a few days before packing it into your carrying bags or containers. This will lighten the load immensely, and save your back for the next growing season. Are you going to be using any power tools? The early season is the time to get your rototillers, both full-size and mini chainsaws, weed whackers, etc., cleaned up, tuned up, and running. You do not want to waste time having to bring your power tools to the small engine repair shop at the exact same time that everyone else is bringing in their non-operating riding and hand lawn mowers in the early spring. You could be looking at up to a 3-week wait once everyone starts doing yard work and landscaping. Forget the chainsaws. They make too much noise. For trimming branches and felling small diameter trees, nothing beats a battery-powered reciprocating saw SAWZALL. These things are about $200 up front, but are well worth the investment. They make almost no noise and, with a 5-inch long wood cutting blade, they go up to 9 inches in length. One can remove branches or even cut down small trees very quickly and quietly. You will also want to have an extra, charged up battery with you in the backpack so that you can complete any jobs that you start without having to hike out and recharge your one battery. To remove small trees, I cut out a triangle or V-shaped piece of the trunk about halfway through and simply push the tree over in the direction of the cut. By making the cut in the trunk at about the 5-foot level, you can form walls of trees for camouflage using this method because the tree will still be attached to its trunk and will continue to grow even though it has been pushed over sideways. Over time, the Guerilla grower can throw in more dead tree branches and trunks to form a tangled, almost impenetrable barrier wall. The same with tree branches, they do not have to be completely cut off. A small cut in the trunk, page 8, chapter 2. Selecting a potential grow site. Planting in areas that you would never want to go is a good idea, because if you don't want to go to an area, there's a big chance that rippers won't want to go there either. Planting in a patch of stinging nettles, poison ivy, poison oak, or pricker bushes helps a great deal to prevent any unwanted creatures from checking out your grow. Nettles look very similar to cannabis, and when you so much as brush by them, you get a painful, burning sensation for approximately 20 minimum. When nettles are found growing in the area, it is an indicator that the surrounding soil is fertile, well drained, and high in nitrogen. In an outside location you can grow wheat almost anywhere there is soil. This is not to say that setting up and operating a guerrilla garden is easy. It is, in fact, quite tricky, almost a science. Your site must be uninteresting or inaccessible to hikers and curious passerby, must be almost invisible from the air, and with helicopters that's no easy task, and must provide adequate sunlight at the proper times of the year. The guerrilla grower must also be able to stealthily haul water and tolls to the site. If you are spotted, even once, the grow has been compromised. The most important thing, from the plant's point of view, is the amount of sunlight received during flowering. It is a very simple premise: the plant that receives more sunlight will give up a larger yield, if all of the plant's other needs, water, pH, and fertilizers, are also taken care of. Yeah, as far as the garden's getting spotted by aircraft or helicopters, the most important aspect of keeping that grow from being spotted is the size. You just cannot plant 500, or even 100 plants in one area, and think that you can get away with it anymore. As growers refine and improve their techniques, they are finding that the best way to hide the garden from the law is to simply plant a smaller garden, somewhere in the 10 to 30 plant range. Instead of one garden, they will plant multiple, scattered, garden sites throughout the same area. 10 plants per acre is my maximum, utilizing 4 gardens, with either 2 or 3 plants per site. The majority of the outdoor guerrilla growers out there are not getting rich, they are growing for personal use. Most personal use growers will grow about 10 plants per season. The secret to ending up with a harvest is to plant 1, 2, 3, and even 4 plant micro gardens all over the woods and countryside. These growers use natural, as well as artificial, means of page 12 here that the fishing line from up to 5 of the gardens is tied off to a small, landscape flag. The kind that are used to mark the location of underground, utility lines. Before teething off the fishing line, the metal flag stake is pushed deeply into the ground, almost all the way down to the flag part. You do not want the marker flag to stand up high and maybe attract attention from passerby. For that same reason, do not buy the bright orange ones, use the dark blue, or green, colors instead. Do this with all your plots using one flag setup for up to 10 plants. Try to cover up and camouflage the fishing lines as much as possible. Run the fishing line right at ground level, so that no one will trip over it and follow the line back to your plants. Never run the fishing line over foliage, instead run the line under the foliage. Fishing line that is up in the air will reflect light quite efficiently at certain angles. Cover the plastic nails or stakes with leaves and dead grass. Leave them and let nature do its part. Place a plant close by your location, planted in the ground, exactly like the others, in order to check its condition from time to time. Chances are, most of the others are in the same condition. Use this plant as an indicator. If she dries out too much, you must head out and water all of your gardens, or risk losing them. An inch of rain every 2 weeks should take care of your watering needs. Make sure that you add a shot of water-soluble fertilizer to your irrigation water if you do have to water. As long as there is no dry spell, the clones should get enough water from the surroundings. A few 1-foot colas are not easily spotted in a green area, so you shouldn't have many problems with security, even if you grow only 20 feet from the roadside in well-chosen areas. When out driving, be constantly observing the countryside for potential new grow sites. Look for condemned homes and properties, driveways and service roads that you can check out on aerial photos, old fenced-in factory property, swamps and marshes, railroad right-of-ways, etc. Keep a map and a notebook in your vehicle with you and record these potential locations for later reference. Even marking down GPS coordinates if they are available. Check out satellite photos. When you find what looks like a high potential grow site, it is now time to start watching the property. This means doing drive-by observations at different times of the day, on different days of the week, and different times of the month. Once you verify that human traffic in the area is non-existent, or nearly so, it is time to put your boots on the ground. The best time for a first hike on a property is on a Saturday or Sunday after 4 p.m. My reasoning for this is that anyone that is stuck working on the weekends should be long gone by 4 p.m. After 2 o'clock on a weekend, it is Miller time. Weekdays are harder, because you can run into land surveyors, game wardens, property owners, construction workers, etc. The treelines found between cornfields and farm fields, or on the property lines between fields, can be awesome areas to grow. The perfect location is a tree line with a cornfield to the north, and an unused field or wetland to the south. The best treeline areas are those that are at least 30. Page 19, Chapter 3, Soil Testing and pH Adjustment. The soil pH is one of those subjects that most outdoor growers, especially new ones, do not pay enough attention to. Soil chemistry and pH adjustment are very boring, scientific, and confusing subjects. But consider this: you will never realize the full potential of your plants, and therefore their full yield potential, if the pH of the soil at your grow site is not adjusted to optimum levels. When soil is adjusted properly, fertilizers are absorbed and utilized more efficiently by your plant's roots. Why put forth all of the risk, time, and effort growing a plot of marijuana if you are not going to do everything properly? Adjusting the pH is simple and will lead to huge improvements in yield and quality. When you measure the pH, you are simply trying to determine the acidity, or alkalinity, of your soil or grow mix. The pH scale ranges from 1 to 14, with 7.0 being considered a neutral pH. Less than 7.0 is classified as acidic, above 7.0 is classified as alkaline. The pH of your soil will determine the amount of nutrients that can be taken up by the plant, and the speed at which the plant can uptake those nutrients, known as nutrient availability. A soil that is adjusted to between 5.5 and 6.5, which contains a good mix of compost and other organic matter, will have the maximum amount of nutrients available. For cannabis, a pH somewhere in the range of 6.0 to 6.7 is good, and will make soil nutrients highly available to the plant's roots to fuel fast growth during the summer months. There are many ways to measure the pH of your soil. Soil test kits available at garden supply centers, litmus paper, soil sample tests by your county agent, or commercial businesses that provide mail-order soil tests and mail you the results, and/or a battery-powered pH meter. These electronic meters range in price and quality from the low end of $20 on up to the $100 plus meters that measure pH and soil moisture. Professional growers will spend the extra money on a good tester in order to get reliable results and accurate readout of the pH. If your soil is alkaline, which is rare, You can add acidic organic fertilizers to your soil in order to neutralize the alkaline pH. An example of an acidic organic would be cottonseed meal, rated at page 23 guaranteed success. The results are primarily determined by how heavy, thick, and impenetrable the hardpan layer is. Been growing outside for a few years now. One of the first things I learned is that you do not try to grow in an area where a hardpan layer was found within 6 inches of the soil surface. You can tell that you have hit a hardpan layer when the soil starts sticking to the blade of your digging utensil. I give up on an area when I find that the hardpan is so thick and sticky that it cannot be knocked off of the face of the shovel. The stuff is almost as sticky as tar, and must be scraped off the shovel using a rock, or the blade of another shovel. The simplest way, without digging, to see if your soil has a hardpan, or a compaction layer, below the surface is to take a metal rod and push it down into the ground. You want to push it down at least 18 inches. If you can't easily push the rod into the soil at least 6 to 8 inches deep, the aeration and the drainage of your soil must be improved. If you push it down in different areas, and consistently meet resistance at a certain depth, there may be a hardpan layer that spreads out over a wide area. Dig a 2-foot deep hole in the garden and look at the soil profile. Hardpan appears as a horizontal layer of soil. It looks denser, almost like a black clay. The soil particles found in the hardpan layer are much darker, and less crumbly than the soil particles in the upper layer of topsoil. Hardpan layers have few roots growing through them, and earthworms usually cannot penetrate either. Another way to tell if you have a shallow, hardpan layer, is to dig up a plant and examine the roots. If the roots are white, vigorous, and well branched, and extend at least 6 to 8 inches deep, then your soil has very good structure. If the roots are only growing 1 to 2 inches deep, and are mushy and gray colored, they could be infected with a bacterial rot. If the roots are shallow, brittle and black, they are probably infected with a fungal rot. Both of these diseases are present because of poor drainage, due either to a high water table or a hardpan compaction layer that is slowing drainage. Here is a quick way to field test the pH when prospecting for guerrilla grow sites. To check if your soil is severely alkaline, take a tablespoon of dried garden soil, and add a few drops of vinegar. If the soil fizzes, then the pH is above 7.5. The free carbonates in the soil react with the acid at a pH of 7.5 and above. To check for acidity in the soil, take a tablespoon of wet soil and add a pinch of baking soda. If the soil fizzes, then the soil is very acidic, with a pH less than 5. This test will not tell you the exact pH of the soil, rather it will give you an upfront warning that the soil, whether it is too acid or too alkaline, will need a lot of work before it can be turned into a high-yielding guerrilla garden. Page 28 Chapter 4 Hybrids in general. A hybrid is any cross between unrelated or mostly unrelated varieties. In plant breeding, the term, FI hybrid, is frequently mentioned. This specifically refers to the first generation, F1, of a cross between two unrelated varieties. A cross between unrelated varieties usually results in the famous hybrid vigor, or heterosis effect, that has revolutionized plant breeding and agriculture over the past 50 years. This hybrid vigor can produce plants with faster growth and greater yield than either of the parents. In F1 hybrids there is frequently a doubling up of the dominant characteristics from both parents. However, since dominant characteristics are not necessarily favorable, inbreeding may be required to discover possibly useful recessive characteristics. Combining two extremes in the cannabis gene pool creates the greatest heterosis effects. In other words, the more unrelated the two parents of the hybrid, the greater the resulting hybrid vigor. This is the one main reason that Indica X sativa hybrids often have excellent vigor. Due to the greater vigor and higher yields, a hybrid strain is usually the choice for a high-yield commercial grower. A popular misconception is that F1 hybrids are unable to fertilize themselves. This is completely false. With few exceptions, all F1 hybrids are self-fertile. The problem is that this generation, the F2 generation, has tremendous variation among the progeny, and the heterosis also disappears. Thus, for breeding use, inbred varieties are recommended. Hybrid simply means the parents were of two very different strains, for example a pure indica strain crossed with a pure sativa strain. Most cannabis seeds sold today are hybrid strains. There exists in some areas a few pure native strains. For instance, in the Caribbean and the tropics, one primary type is a sativa called Haze. A pure indica, known as Kush, comes from the mountains of the Hindu Kush in Afghanistan. A cross between these two, pure, strains would result in a plant, after selection, with the most desirable characteristics of both of these strains. Also, thanks to the effect of hybrid vigor, the resulting cross will be more vigorous, and faster growing, than either of the original two strains, and will yield a much larger amount of bud than either one of the original breeding parents would have under the same growing conditions. The taste and the high of the two original parents will also be blended, resulting in a complex and exotic taste. And page 29, chapter 5, Seedlings versus Clones. Technically, a clone is a group of genetically identical individuals. Taking cuttings from a mother plant, and rooting those cuttings, produces a set of clones that are genetically identical to the mother plant from which they were taken. The commercial benefit of cuttings is that clones taken from a desirable mother plant will produce crop after crop of uniform, standardized plants. The commercial problem is that this lack of diversity soon becomes boring, particularly for the cannabis connoisseur. Thus, we must return to the source of all variety, the seedling. A seedling may possess new, desirable traits that can be crossed into your existing seed stock. Even indoor growers that can obtain the best commercial cuttings from fellow growers are constantly growing seedlings, looking for that new mother plant candidate, or that one in a million connoisseur plant. Seedlings have other advantages over cuttings. A seedling will generally be much more cold resistant than a cutting, and is much less susceptible to premature flowering if transplanted outside early in the season, spring. A seedling will be less leafy than a cutting, and will tend to grow much larger main buds. The yield of a cutting will be spread out over the entire plant, which will require a lot more manicuring. A seedling also has a certain vigor that is sometimes lacking in cuttings. Many growers rely on seedlings to produce a better yield than they can obtain from cuttings, along with a constant supply of fresh, connoisseur genetics. Professional growers recommend growing out a seedling for at least 8 weeks before inducing flowering. If a seedling is forced to flower before this age, it will tend to have a smaller yield and produce lower quality buds than would a mature seedling. An exception to this rule would be a longer flowering variety, such as a Haze XNI No. 5. Because the flowering period of these type of plants is more than 8 weeks, the seedlings can be induced to flower as soon as they are well established, and they will still perform well. Cannabis can multiply in 2 different ways, either sexually or asexually. Seeds are created as a result of sexual propagation. Sexual propagation involves the recombination of genetic material from 2 parent plants, one male and one female. The expected results of an asexual cross are offspring that have characteristics differing from those of both parents. This is a result of a page 31 almost triple the yield of a normal planting. The mango is grown in a pit, 18 inches deep, 24 inches wide, and 8 feet long. The plants are 4 feet tall when transplanted to the outdoor garden. A huge plant like this will require a lot of water, and a lot of nutrients, in order to yield to her full potential. A large plant, in a large hole, will require large amounts of nutrition, especially during flowering. Plan ahead, mix your soil with lots of organic amendments, so that your plants are never wanting. I have used this method in the past and can give you some idea of how to figure a final yield. Each separate branch that is growing will yield 50 to 70% of what the entire original plant would normally produce. If your strain normally yields 6 ounces during a normal, untopped grow season, you can figure that each branch growing from the rooted main stem will produce approximately 4 ounces. If your plant has 7 branches growing, you can expect a final yield of around 28 ounces. Remember that you must provide the extra nutrients in your soil mix and subsequent waterings that will be needed to grow a plant this large. The extra yield will cost you more in fertilizers and amendments, and the plant will need more water, but if all of the plant's needs can be provided for, it will be a very happy harvest time. I add composted chicken manure to my mix, and the plants are always fat, plump, and happy. When I use the horizontal layering technique, I use a brand new potato peeler to skin the main stem of the plant. The potato peeler works very well, shaving off just enough plant tissue, without accidentally cutting the main stem in half. It happens. Remember, the seedlings are only about 60 days old at this time. Only slice about 1/4 of the way through the main stem, or else you risk it snapping off on you. With just a slight slip of the hand, a knife or razor blade can easily damage the plant beyond repair. Cover the peeled part of the stem with a rooting hormone and away you go. This method works very well, and has greatly improved the yields of some of my higher quality, but lower yielding strains. It is very important to have a well-mixed, fluffy, well-aerated soil in your growing trench. After the main stem is buried, I cover the dirt with leaf mulch. The leaf mulch holds moisture in the soil, and also prevents the stem from losing too much moisture into the surrounding soil. I usually water the trench lightly every third day, just enough to dampen the soil and the leaf mulch. Too much moisture now could cause mold to start growing on the peeled open parts of the main stem. Some local farmers have modified this method slightly by not topping the main stem at all. Others grow the plants in a shaded area, causing the plants to stretch early in life so that they end up with a longer stem to bury in the ground root. Other growers leave all of the side branches on the mainstem, and slice the mainstem between each branching site. Experiment. The crafty guerrilla grower will soon figure out what methods work best for the various strains being grown. The agricultural term is called dry farming. Plants in the nightshade family, potatoes, tomatoes, etc., have something called advantageous roots on their stems. These roots look like a fine, hairy growth coming out of the stem and the leaves, and they will form into true roots if page 33 chapter 6 seed germination. The old school method of germinating seeds uses 2 moistened paper towels, folded into halves, covered with a loose layer of saran wrap. Soak your paper towels with a very weak kelp extract solution like Maxicrop, at 10% strength, and place your seeds on top of one of the wet towels. I usually use a dinner plate to hold the wet paper towels. Place the other soaked paper towel, folded in half, over the top of the seeds, and soak that with the fertilizer solution also. Tip the plate slightly to allow excess moisture to drain off. The towels should still be soaked, with just a tiny amount of water sitting on the bottom of the plate. During the first 24 hours, I leave an excess of water in the bottom of the plate, allowing the seeds to quickly absorb moisture. After 24 hours, the towels are drained so that there is no more standing water, just the moisture absorbed by the paper towels. This will be plenty for the seeds to germinate. After draining off the excess seaweed solution, place a single layer of plastic wrap over the top of the plate and the paper towels. The plastic wrap prevents the towels from drying out. Using a spray bottle, I spray some of the kelp solution on top of the plastic wrap, helping to weigh it down. Do not let the seeds dry out once they start to crack, or they will die. Seeds that are fresh from the seed bank usually pop in about 24 hours, while seeds that are a couple of years old could take up to a week. The plastic wrap should be removed at least once a day, and the towels unfolded, exposing the seeds to the air. This allows some air exchange to occur. The fresh air will inhibit any mold growth. To ensure the best germination, we recommend that you place your seeds between damp, not wet paper towels. Never let these paper towels dry out, and don't cook the seeds with too much heat. 75 degrees F will be just fine. Use a spray mister to re-wet the paper towel when it starts to dry out. Keep the paper towels moist, not wet, and within 24 to 72 hours your seeds should sprout. Add just a pinch of seaweed extract Maxicrop per gallon to your spray water. This keeps them healthy, and gives them a good start in life. Tam of a different opinion. If the seeds are fresh from the seed bank, and you are looking for a 100% germination rate, the seeds should be planted directly into the substrate. I only advise page 35 of WAC. I learned the hard way, sacrificing quite a few batches of high-quality seeds because I assumed that store-bought, filtered water would be perfect. When I finally checked the water that I was using on my seeds, I found the pH was 7.4, and the sodium content was high. Not super high, but apparently high enough to stop my seeds from germinating. Take heed and learn from a wise old grower. I now add a couple of drops of hydrogen peroxide to my water to purify it. The addition of hydrogen peroxide also adds some oxygen to the irrigation water. The water I use is tap water, provided by the city. This water is collected from glacial lagoons and rivers, and is then treated to make it drinkable. After treatment, it is stored in tanks, and then pumped to homes and businesses. The pH comes out between 6 and 7. During a heavy rainy season, the water will sometimes have a bit of sediment in it. The city adds chlorine when there is a water main break, or when work has to be done on the pipes. When the water is turned back on, it contains an excess of chlorine, so much you can actually smell it. I always let the water sit in a bucket, for at least a full day, before it will ever be used for cultivation purposes. Chlorine evaporates completely after 24 hours time. I assume that the water has a beneficial mineral content, but I have never had it analyzed. I add hydrogen peroxide to the water. It does the same thing that the chlorine does, but will not harm your plants like chlorine. Using rockwool medium to germinate seeds, immerse 1 inch by 1 inch starter cubes in warm water that has been adjusted to pH 5.6 to 5.8, allowing the rockwool to become evenly soaked. 1 hour is fine. The smaller cubes do not need to be soaked overnight like the larger growing cubes do. After soaking, allow all excess water to run off by placing the cubes in a tray. Dump all of the excess water. Seeds are planted in a horizontal position so that the roots are assisted by gravity. If the seed is planted in a vertical position, place the pointed end down. Cannabis sprouts by breaking open the seed shell at the pointed end. The hole that the seed sits in can then be covered by a small, fluffy piece of rockwool. Do not compress the rockwool into the seed hole, as this will prevent the seedling from breaking through the surface of the cube. Just cover the top of the hole lightly to prevent the seedling from drying out. Irrigate starter cubes with a nutrient solution of approximate EC of 0.1 to 0.3 very weak, with pH adjusted to 5.6 to 5.8. Pure water can be used for germination, but when any hint of growth is seen, a weak nutrient solution must be applied. Rockwool contains no nutrients or fertilizers other than what is added to the watering solution. Keep the cubes at 75 degrees Fahrenheit 25 degrees Celsius in order to speed up germination time. Do not allow the rockwool cubes to dry out, and do not let them sit in standing water. Rockwool, when wetted properly, contains 90% air and 10% water. I do not use a humidity dome, so my rockwool cubes usually require moistening every couple of days. Check the rockwool every day to ensure that moisture levels are sufficient. The seedlings should be poking through the top of the rockwool in 24 to 72 hours, the time dependent upon the batch of seeds. I place a 1/2 inch thick layer of perlite at the bottom of my rockwool tray. This keeps the cubes out of standing water, and allows oxygen to penetrate through the bottom of the cube. I never cover rockwool cubes with plastic wrap, a humidity dome, or a plant propagator. A completely sealed environment cuts off the supply of fresh air, and raises the humidity to very page 38 chapter 7. Sexing and preflowering. The advantage of planting pre-sexed females is obvious. Every plant will produce buds. The sex of plants can be determined by growing them until they're 4 inches high, and then decreasing the amount of light they receive to 8 hours daily, for approximately 7 to 10 days' time, then increasing the day length back to a vegetative 24-hour light cycle. The plants will show their sex about a week later, with males usually showing themselves first. The males are killed, or are set aside to be used in a breeding program. The females will show pistils a couple of days after the males show, and these identified females can then be grown out to be used as mother plants, or as verified females in an unattended guerrilla garden setup. Once a known female is large enough, the guerrilla grower can take 10 or 20 cuttings off of her, rooting them out. This provides a large supply of verified, female cuttings. Your productivity will be instantly increased by double, simply by pre-sexing your plants. That is the exact method that I use. However, do not make the mistake of leaving them under the flowering light cycle for more than about 7 days. Plants that are given this modified light cycle for longer than recommended will end up with plants that are stuck in the flowering mode. It will take 3 to 4 weeks of 24-hour light and wasted growing time to get them to revert back to a vegetative growing mode. You are trying to trick the plants into thinking that it is the end of the season, but you do not want them to flower just yet, just to reveal their sex. Plants that are planted directly into the ground not capable of being brought indoors can be pre-sexed in a couple of different ways. Large-scale growers build wood and chicken wire frames around the plants, and cover the frames with black plastic for about 10 days. Most growers only allow 10 hours of daylight exposure, but any number up to 12 hours can be used. Uncover the plants about 10 hours before sunset, or cover them 10 hours after the sun rises. Always use the same regimen, allowing only 10 hours of daylight exposure to your plants. They will show sex about 10 days later, depending on the strain that you are growing. On a smaller outdoor scale, for example, if you only have 3 to 4 plants in one location, you can cover individual branches, not the entire plant, with black plastic or paper bags. Be advised that whichever you use, paper or plastic, it cannot allow any light to penetrate to the inside. Even page 42 chapter 8 Fertilizers, Chemical versus Organics. Organic fertilization programs in an outdoor grow, the final yield weight, as well as the quality of the buds, is only slightly related to the amounts of fertilizer and other aggregates added. The quality, texture, and pH of the soil in the grow hole, the quality, texture, and pH of the soil surrounding the grow hole, local rainfall totals, soil drainage, and organic matter content have a much greater control over the viability of any given grow site than does the type or amount of added soil amendments. One good example: yields of most crops will be limited when soils have poor or extreme drainage, and/or when pH is too high acidic or too low alkaline for the plant's requirements. Only if soil moisture, oxygen, and pH levels are perfect, or as close to perfect as is possible, do the major fertilizer elements such as N, P, and K start to play a major influence on crop yields. What I am trying to say here is this: if your soil is poorly drained muck, and the pH extremely alkaline, it doesn't really matter how much in the way of chemical and/or organic amendments are added. The final yield will still be lacking due to the starting conditions of the soil, the added fertilizers having almost no effect at all. Other than costing the grower a lot of money with little to no return on money invested, that is. Organic fertilizers made from plant byproducts. Many of the byproducts produced by the food and fiber industry are used as organic soil amendments. The use of these byproducts has a dual purpose: return the existing nutrients to the land, and save them from the landfill, where they could possibly leak into the ecosystem around the landfill. Most of these organic byproduct fertilizers are way too expensive to validate their use in other than very specialized horticultural applications. Alfalfa meal tests out at approximately 3%-4% nitrogen and is usually used for animal feed. Alfalfa meal is an exceptional fertilizer, widely used in organic horticulture, and is rumored to be full of undiscovered growth factors, molecules, hormones, and vitamins. All of these extras, page 45. Its popularity, it is quickly becoming less available on the market. With prices of fish emulsion rapidly increasing, it is well worth the guerrilla growers' time and effort to put some research and study into the use of alternatives, such as hydrolyzed fish products. Many organic guerrilla gardeners feel that enzymatically digested cold-processed fish fertilizers are superior to fish emulsions. Enzymatically digested hydrolyzed fish is an enzymatic digestion of fish wastes which takes place at a relatively low temperature compared to other types of fish products. Using heat in the digestion process, fish emulsion tends to denature amino acids contained in proteins, making them more unavailable to plants. Low-temperature enzymatic digestion of fish allows the minerals and amino acids to become readily available to the plants. It also makes those nutrients more water-soluble, making them easier to use for foliar feeding, as well as guerrilla drip irrigation systems without the clogging problems. This method of processing retains more of the proteins, enzymes, vitamins, and micronutrients than other fish products processed using high heat and acids. Crab shell meal made from ground crab shells, a byproduct of shellfish processing plants. Crab shell meal is processed using low-heat methods, and is then crushed, resulting in a uniform, easy-to-handle amendment. Crab shell meal is a slow-release, organic amendment analyzed at 4% N, 1.5% P, and 21% calcium. An added plus, it is high in chitin, which provides a valuable source of carbon and nitrogen. Chitin also stimulates beneficial microbial growth in the soil. Asian farmers add chitin to their soil for pest and nematode control. Nematode reduction in soil will usually take about 4 to 8 months, and is helped along by the ample supply of nitrogen that crab shell meal provides. Animal manure and composts. Bulk manufactured compost and manure-based fertilizers are the most commonly marketed type of pre-bagged amendments seen in local outlets like Walmart, Kmart, Home Depot. Analysis of these mixtures usually results in 1% to 5% content for each of the macronutrients N, P, and K, best used as an auxiliary source of nutrients and organic matter when blended with other organic fertilizers and rock minerals. Finding local sources of manure or compost results in substantial savings for the organic farmer, as opposed to paying the shipping costs to bring in a compost product from other areas. Composted manure, Home Depot, Menards, is hard to beat, especially for beginners. Since it's not very hot, an accidental over-application will not burn plants too bad. Composted manures improve your soil texture and provide needed macro and micronutrients. If you already have a good soil base, and your soil texture is very good, save yourself some work by simply adding composted manures and mixing well. Add 3 or 4, 1.5 cubic foot bags to a grow hole that is 4 foot x 4 foot, about a foot deep. Mix the compost in very well, preferably using a rototiller. Page 50 about when gathering wild manures for composting. If you have access to them, hunt near farm fields that grow high nitrogen crops. I wonder if deer, or rabbits, that live near apple orchards would have a high phosphorus content manure. Like a fruit-eating bat produces high P-bat guano. If you have an orchard, you could have some very high-quality fertilizer just lying on the ground, ready to be taken. Good luck out there. Alpaca manure. Many alpaca breeders and ranchers have appeared in the last couple of decades or so there should be a good supply of alpaca manure available out there for the asking. The manure produced by alpacas is highly desirable as a nutrient source, and does not need to be composted before using. Compared to most other animal manures, alpaca manure provides a good supply of nitrogen and potassium, along with a smaller amount of phosphorus. With an NPK analysis of approximately 1.9-1.0-2.4, alpaca manure is an organic source of potassium K in a world where there are not that many highly available sources of organic potassium. Calcium and magnesium content are about average for a livestock manure. Rabbit manure rated at an estimated NPK of 2.6-1.4-0.6 is some of the most powerful, and concentrated, animal manure available. Especially when used in the uncomposted state. Due to the high nitrogen content of rabbit manure, it is best used in vegetative mode. Do not overdo it with this manure, because a heavy overdose will very quickly burn your plants. To determine the proper amount to add to a gallon of irrigation water, start with a small amount, and continue to add to that amount with every watering, until you see some leaf burn around the edges. At this point, back off on the amount of added manure by 25%. Use that dosage, and no more, for the rest of the vegetative stage. Man, I'm glad I found this thread. DN 6 years of guerrilla growing cannabis, I have always used rabbit manure in some shape or form. The worms in my 30-gallon Rubbermaid worm beds eat the hell out of this stuff. I feed the worms cornmeal, fruit and vegetable scraps, used potting soil from my organic grows, and wild rabbit manure. I also am lucky enough to have a secondary supply of rabbit manure at a friend's rabbit farm. I was working at Walmart, and one of my coworkers, who was an organic gardener for decades, ranted and raved about the powers of rabbit-based fertilizers. He took me to his home to blaze one up, and showed me his garden of collard greens. The collard greens were the size of pickup truck tires. Since they were so huge, thought that they were going to be tough when I cooked them, but to my surprise they were some of the best collard greens I had ever eaten, firm, tender, and tasty. I am a lifetime fan of growing with rabbit manure. We used to raise rabbits, and we would place our worm bins directly under the rabbit hutches. The worms would feed on the manure, and then produce some fabulous worm castings that we used in our garden as a natural fertilizer. Rabbit manure is used by many gardeners in my area as rose garden fertilizer. It goes straight into the gardens, no composting. Water it in thoroughly to prevent burning. Rabbit manure, rated at 2.4-1.4-0.6, is the hottest of the animal manures. It is as high in nitrogen, page 53 discussion high. I have some 6,6,6 fish emulsion, and some 20,20,20 chemical fertilizer. I used fish emulsion last year, every 15 days, and got good results. Was wondering which fertilizer you guys prefer, and what application rates you guys are using during vegetative and flowering. Thanks a lot. In my experience, anything containing fish emulsion, or any marine-based ferts, will outperform anything that is chemical-based. Living on the East Coast, have good access to seafood and its processing wastes, and I have definitely done some experimentation. I have seen better results using shrimp-based compost plus fish meal than I had when using products like bone blood meal. Crustacean shells, tilled deep into the soil, was another excellent addition. Chemical 202020 did pretty well, but it seemed to lack some micronutrients, and the plants showed deficiencies. The taste and smell of the buds was also more harsh and metallic tasting, while the taste of the seafood fertilized buds was sweet and tasted like cherries, same strain grown two different ways. This is based on our own experiments and experiences, take it for what it is worth. My method is to add a large variety of natural nutrient sources to my organic Guerilla grows. This results in a slow release, nutrient-rich soil that will nourish and feed my plants throughout the growing season. Blood meal, rated at 1200, is a medium-speed release, natural source of nitrogen. The nitrogen in blood meal is much faster acting than the small amount of nitrogen in bone meal. To protect your plants from fertilizer burn, use only 1 or 2 cups of blood meal per 10 gallons of grow medium. Depending on the strain being grown, you could add a bit more than that. Be careful, this is a powerful source of nitrogen that can easily burn your plants. Bone meal, rated 6120, is an excellent, natural source of both nitrogen and phosphorus. N content of the bone meal is in a slow-release form. Use 3 to 4 cups of bone meal for each 10 gallons of grow medium. Bone meal should be applied at least 2 weeks before planting, allowing it some time to start breaking down. Adding blood meal and bone meal, in these amounts, results in a soil NPK rating of approximately 18120. I consider potassium K to be one of the most important elements of my grow mix. Kelp meal is used as a slow-release source of potassium. It is mixed into the soil at a rate of 4 to 1 cup per grow hole, and will last the entire season. I also add 2 to 1 cup of sulfomag, langbeinite, per 50 square feet of grow hail surface. SPM provides your plants a quick-release source of potassium, magnesium, and sulfur. Sulfomag is also known as K-mag. Muriate of potash is another, very concentrated, non-organic approved, source of potassium. Add it to your grow, using an 1/8 to 1/4 cup per 50 square feet of grow hole surface. Adding in these additional amendments, the NPK rating should now be around the 12th of December 18. Epsom salt is added at 2 cups per 50 square feet of grow hole. This provides a quick shot of fast-release magnesium. The Epsom salts are used up by the plants pretty quickly, so it is a good idea to add a small amount 1 TSPN per gallon of Epsom salts to your irrigation water every time that the site is watered. To boost the trace element and micronutrient content of my grow mix, I add page 66 chapter 9 compost and compost teas compost, a pile of organic matter, mixed together and allowed to heat up, breaking down over a certain period of time. A compost pile cannot be allowed to simply sit and rot. It has to be turned over periodically in order to allow air into the pile. The moisture content of the compost pile must also be closely watched. When the interior of the compost pile goes anaerobic, no oxygen available, or if there is too much moisture held within the pile, the compost will turn into a useless pile of soggy, smelly slime. A good way to test the moisture content of your compost pile is to grab a handful of material from the center of the pile and squeeze it tightly in your hand. The compost material should only show a few drops of water when squeezed tightly. Compost starters or inoculants. These are starter cultures of beneficial bacteria, special enzymes, and fungi that are added to your compost pile when it is first piled up and mixed. Usually comes as a powder, in a half-pound or 1-pound bag. Inoculants help to speed the composting procedure, and drastically improve the available nutrient analysis of the finished product. Pre-charge my inoculant mix by soaking the powder in warm water, with an aquarium air stone added for aeration. The warm water provides the proper temperature for the growth of the bacteria and fungi, while the air stone provides needed oxygen, allowing the beneficial organisms to multiply. After a few hours of bubbling, the inoculant water is sprayed onto the compost pile using a pump sprayer. The compost pile is like a banquet for the bacteria. The microorganisms quickly multiply, filling your compost with massive amounts of beneficial biomass, which actually speeds up the decomposition process. It is these beneficial microorganisms that take up residence in your soil, and speed up the breakdown of the organic matter in the soil. The basics of composting are simple. Collect organic matter, grass clippings, chopped up branches and vegetative matter, pile it up and let it rot. The pile must be at least 1 yard square to hold in more heat than is dissipated. In the summer, professional gardeners cut grass and other yard debris and haul it away. I asked one of them to dump the debris at the end of my driveway. He gives me about 3 cubic yards a week. By the end of the summer, I have more than 40 yards of grass clippings and garden debris. I mix it with wood chips to provide carbon and air. The following year, have 3 to 6 cubic yards of the best compost in the world. Page 74 is used in different stages of plant growth, from early vegetative to early flowering. I have used it both diluted and undiluted, depending upon the size and the growth rates of the plant in question. Third World Mix Dry Ingredients: 4 tablespoons homemade worm castings, 2 tablespoons dried and shredded culinary green kelp grocery store, 1 tablespoon dried comfrey, 1 tablespoon dried chamomile, 1 tablespoon wood ash, 1 tablespoon grated tangerine rind, 1 teaspoon crushed dried eggshells, 1 teaspoon dolomite lime, 1 teaspoon bone meal. The dry ingredients are mixed together and placed into a cloth coffee filter bag that hangs on the rim of the bucket, allowing the dry ingredients to soak in the water. Third World Mix Liquid Ingredients: 1 cup aquarium water on the dirty side, just before the tank is cleaned, 1 cup starch water from rice soak. Soak 1 pound rice kernels in gallon of water for 72 hours, 2 tablespoons soy sauce for a fungal dominant tea, or molasses for a bacterial dominant tea, 1 tablespoon aged lemon juice exposed to open air for at least 1 week. Liquid additives are added directly to the brewing water. Third World Mix is then bubbled for approximately 72 hours, stirring, mixing 2 to 3 times a day. Another, third world, ingredient: raw sugar products provide the broadest range of nutrients. I actually like to use raw sugar cane, but most people do not have access to it, and when they do, it is very expensive. I just smash the hell out of it with a 5-pound hammer, and add it to the brewing bag. 1 Add mushroom compost, cow manure, rabbit manure, just about anything natural and organic in order to encourage a large variety of microbes in my brew. I use different ingredients at different times of the year. My goal is to grow a vast, multicultural, bacteria society. Have been experimenting with steeping bone meal and dolomite lime in a hot water bath for 48 hours before adding these ingredients to the tea. 1 am hoping that the hot water will start the breakdown process so that some of the phosphorus in the bone meal will be made more available in the finished tea product. Another method I employ is to simply let the bone meal soak in a room temperature water bath for 2 or 3 weeks' time. Stir it often. Page 8, Chapter 10. Foliar feeding and gadgets. Spraying a fertilizer mineral solution directly onto the leaf surfaces of a plant is known as foliar feeding. The plant quickly absorbs the nutrients in the foliar feed solution through the pores, stomata, of the leaves, the undersides of the leaves, and the new growth at the growing tips. The nutrient ions can be detected in the plant's sap stream in just a few minutes. Here are some of the rules that professional growers live by. Air temperatures are very important. Foliar feeding cannot be done if the outside temperature is higher than about 83 degrees F. Temperatures higher than 83 degrees cause the plant's stomata to close, halting absorption of the feed solution. Closing the stomata on a hot day is a built-in protection mechanism for the plant, preventing it from dehydrating during the hottest part of the day. If the weather is too extreme during the daytime hours, foliar feed the plants just before sunset, after the temperatures start to drop off. Since temperatures are now dropping, the plant will have more time to absorb the feeding. The plants could also be sprayed at sunrise, but temperatures might climb high enough to close the stomata before maximum absorption takes place. Professional growers always add a spreader sticker to the foliar feeding mix. A spreader sticker is used to increase the coverage of the spray, at the same time slowing down loss of the feed solution due to evaporation and rainfall. An adjuvant is a chemical added to the foliar spray solution, which helps to increase the effectiveness of the active ingredients in that solution. A spreader sticker is a combination of adjuvants, in this case, a surfactant and a sticker. The surfactant component reduces the surface tension of the water, preventing it from beading up, allowing it to flow more uniformly over all of the leaf surfaces. The sticker component of the mix increases the stickiness of the mixture, helping to slow the loss of solution to rainfall. Choose what I consider to be one of the best spreader stickers available, called Thermex 70 Yucca Extract and Spreader Sticker. Thermex 70 Extract helps foliar sprays to more efficiently stick. Page 83. Foliar feeding is never recommended for use late in the flowering cycle, because you will be eating and smoking all of the sprayed on fertilizer residues, especially if the leaves are used for hash or canna butter. Nitrates, N, are very unhealthy to eat or smoke. Stop all foliar feeding at least 4 weeks before harvest time, and wash the leaves with clean water to prevent clogging the stomata with particles. The sprayer used for foliar feeds should atomize the foliar solution into a fine mist. The finer the mist, the better. My foliar feed solution is a pretty simple one, but it seems to do a heck of a job. Enter 2 gallons of purified raw water. I mix 10 drops of Superthrive Growth Stimulator, 1/2 teaspoon of Maxicrop powdered kelp, a pinch of K-Mag, and a pinch of micronized azomite. Shake this mixture well, and allow to stand for 2 days, shaking it constantly. It is poured through a filter before going into my sprayer. I started foliar feeding my plants a bat guano Epsom Salt solution about 3 years ago, and I have tripled my yields. I spray them up to day 25 of flowering, no more. 4 cups of high P bat guano is placed into a pair of pantyhose, then soaked in 5 gallons of bottled water for 4 days. The pantyhose filter out the solid parts of the bat guano, preventing them from clogging your sprayer. Before spraying, 2 heaping tablespoons of Epsom salts are added to the 5 gallons of foliar brew. A lot of growers make the mistake of adding Maxicrop, or some other kelp extract, right up to the end of the flowering cycle. This is a bad idea, because the vegetative growth hormones in the kelp will stimulate vegetative growth, and could force a stretch in the buds of some strains. A grower could add a very, very small amount per gallon, only during pre-flower, to help with any micronutrient deficiencies, but heavy usage during flowering is discouraged. Experiment foliar feeding with very small doses of kelp to see how it affects the particular strain that you are growing. If you have some extra cuttings, hit them with full-strength kelp as they flower. This will give you an idea of the effect that the kelp actually has on that strain. Keep good notes, do not depend on your memory. Gadgets. Cannabis growers are a smart bunch, always adapting commercial cultivation and growing techniques to their crops. Why reinvent the wheel? Professional growers have perfected all of the cultivation techniques that are in use today. These advanced techniques involve the use of many gadgets, that is, electronic meters that read your soil and irrigation water, and provide a numerical readout based on the chemical and biological conditions present in your grow mix at that time. Refractometers are used to measure Brix levels. TDS and EC meters are used to monitor ERGS, which stands for energy released per gram of soil. Oxidation reduction potential (ORP) meters monitor the oxygen content of a solution. Na sodium meters are used to determine the sodium content of an amendment or soil. Let's take these one at a time. Page 87. Increasing the oxygen content of the soil by adding hydrogen peroxide to the irrigation water. Adding compost or gypsum, which will increase biological activity. Adding a micronized organic fertilizer to increase N, pK and calcium levels. Adding organic amendments directly to the soil. A soil application will take a week or two to affect the ERGS readings. Na meter measures the amount of sodium in the grow mix. High amounts of sodium in the grow mix are not good for plants or soil microbes. A high sodium content will actually raise the ERGS reading of a soil, falsely indicating to the grower that the soil is biologically active, when it is actually overloaded with toxic salts. This is why Na levels must always be checked when the ERGS readings are testing in the higher ranges. When using the Na meter, the lower the reading, the higher the sodium content. Some level of excess sodium equals reading 2.5 to 2.1 equals some nutrient lockout and pH problems. High levels of excess sodium equals reading 2.0 or lower equals damaged, stunted plants. If the test reads out at 2.5 or below, the grower must stimulate biological activity in the soil by adding compost, gypsum, or a compost starter blend of microorganisms. The growth of these microorganisms ties up the excessive sodium, because these organisms are now utilizing it to fuel the growth. The compost starter will take a while to reduce the sodium, but it will work. A good flushing, before adding the compost starter, will usually cut the sodium reading by a few percentage points. My rule of thumb: if the ERGS reading is above 800, I immediately pull out my Na meter to check for excessive salts in the mix. This rule must be followed, especially if the grower has started using a grow mix from a different company, or a different compost, or has changed organic amendments. You do not want to lose an entire crop because you thought that your ERGS levels were perfect, but it actually turned out that the salinity of the mix was way too high. I agree. The successful guerrilla grower will also be sure to ask the soil mix supplier if they have started using any different ingredients, or changed suppliers for their ingredients, since the last batch was purchased. This stuff happens all the time. For example, a nursery, or garden supply house, that gets an awesome deal on the price of compost from a new supplier. That compost could be off the charts in salt content, but if your supplier does not test for this, then your sodium meter is your last line of defense. Before I purchased my ppm meter, I had a couple of very bad experiences with pre-bagged mixes, including losing 90% of one crop to death. I started using a new grow mix because I got a better price from a different supplier. The pH tested out perfect, and the plants grew like wildfire for the first 2 months. They then proceeded to wilt, and soon burned away to nothing in the following 3 weeks. What a disappointment. Point 1 did everything correctly, and I worked my ass off, only to watch the plants shrivel up before my eyes. Wasted hardening off. Is there a procedure for moving plants from indoors to outdoors, in order to cause the minimal damage to my plants? When your indoor seedlings cuttings are getting close to the 1 foot tall mark, and you think that it's time to transplant them to the great outdoors, please do not forget to harden them up first. When your babies are used to indoor, artificial lighting, and are suddenly thrust out into the great outdoors under the bright burning sunshine, they will usually wilt and die. An indoor plant cannot handle the sun's ultra-intense rays. The guerrilla grower hardens up indoor starts by placing them outside for about a week or so. For the first couple of days, leave the babies under a bush or on the north side of a building. Here they will start to be exposed to the sunlight, the wind, and the colder than your grow room nights. After 2 days' time, start giving the plants indirect sunlight for a couple of hours a day, then gradually working up to full sunlight over the next 4 or 5 days. At the end of 1 week, you can leave them out in the direct sunlight, then watch them explode with growth. Exposing indoor plants to direct sunlight without hardening them up will kill them pretty fast, or at the very least, harm them big time. I have seen starts, placed immediately into the hot summer sun, bleached white and burned through in a matter of hours. Long dead before the next day dawned. Just imagine the worst sunburn that you have ever had. One recently moved 12 plants to an outside deck from my indoor grow room. They were about 12 inches tall, healthy, and were growing vigorously under a 1000-watt halide. Once the plants take up residence on my deck, they receive direct, intense sunlight for about 5 to 6 hours a day. For the first week or so many of the leaves died, and some turned white, but the plants eventually sprouted new leaves. Some suffered more than the others. I noticed that when the plants are outside for a week or so, they begin to look very much different from my indoor plants that are clones from the same mothers. Page 95, Chapter 12, Transplanting Techniques and Potions. Transplanting potion. When your plants become root-bound, the time has come to transfer them to a new home, whether it is a hole in the ground, or another larger container. In order to prevent transplant shock, the roots of your plants should be soaked with an anti-shock solution just before they are transplanted. My anti-shock solution recipe follows. Add the following ingredients to 2 gallons of clean water: % teaspoon maxicrop kelp concentrate powder, 20 drops of superthrive, 1 tablespoon high phosphorus bat guano, 1 tablespoon high nitrogen bat guano, a small pinch of high phosphorus chemical fertilizer. October 30, 10. There are a lot of ingredients listed, and some of these ingredients are expensive, but you will more than make up for the extra expense when you harvest 3 or 4 ounces per plant. Well cared for plants yield much more, and the taste and smoke are better than plants that have suffered through shock their entire life. If you don't have all the ingredients, substitute what you have on hand. Soak the root ball the night before you transplant. Use it to also soak the ground around the plant after the plants are transplanted. Use at least 1 gallon per plant, making sure that the root ball and the surrounding soil are well soaked. If possible, transplant in the evening, giving the plants about 12 hours before they see direct sunlight. I also place a large handful of compost all around the base of the plant, and use the transplant solution to water it into the ground. Let the rain do it if you are growing at a secure location and cannot haul much water in. The absolute best time to transplant is during the cool, overcast period before a storm front moves through. I have used this anti-shock solution for many years now, and have never had a plant wilt after being transplanted, even though they get treated pretty rough during transplant, torn roots, etc. 1. Spend as little time at the site as possible, because these are stealth sites. The less time spent at the site, the less time there is to get busted. Page 98, Chapter 13, Soil and Grow Mixes. Plain old topsoil versus potting soils versus soilless mixes, or any combination of these 3. The successful guerrilla grower must have total control over the soil mix and its ingredients, in order to maximize yields and quality. Topsoil. Using straight, native topsoil as a growing medium presents a number of problems to the guerrilla grower, including poor drainage and poor air circulation. Straight topsoil contains disease organisms, weed seeds, insects, and insect larvae. High-quality topsoil is hard to obtain, and when it is available, it can be very expensive. It is for this reason that commercial and greenhouse growers started using soilless mixes back in the early 19,608. Potting soils. Potting soil is the generic term for any of the pre-mixed, plastic bag topsoil and potting mixes available at various supermarkets, home improvement stores, and garden centers all over the country. Potting soil is approximately 75% topsoil, mixed with various soil lighteners such as peat moss, bark, sawdust, vermiculite, perlite, and sand. High-quality topsoils and potting mixes contain various composts, including cattle, chicken, and turkey manure, some added lime, maybe a wetting agent, and usually a starter shot of chemical fertilizer. The problem here is that the guerrilla grower has no control over the ingredients used, so there is no really way of knowing exactly what you are getting. Soil pH, drainage, aeration, sodium levels, and/or added chemical compounds, residual pesticides or agricultural chemicals, None of this stuff is listed on the simple labels that are printed on the bags. It is usually impossible to even determine where the topsoil used was obtained from. Remember, guerrilla growers, seeking maximum growth, yield, and quality, must have total control over the soil mix used. For the true professional, this situation just does not cut it. Now, don't get me wrong, a quality topsoil, mixed with the proper organic amendments and soil lighteners, can be a very good growing medium. The successful guerrilla grower will usually use native topsoil at a maximum ratio of 50% of the soil mix. Even some so-called soilless mixes still contain 5% to 10% topsoil. But most commercial and greenhouse growers first sterilize the topsoil using chemical fumigants, high heat, or pasteurization techniques, before adding any of it to their final mix or allowing it into the greenhouse. Page 101F. The soilless mix is mostly peat moss. Add a small amount of water to the already blended soil, and give it another ride in the cement mixer or the plastic barrel. This water helps to pre-wet the peat moss. If the soil mix must be transported a long distance, the guerrilla grower might want to skip the pre-wetting step in order to keep the weight down a bit. A compost-based mix is much easier to wet down than a mix that consists of 100% peat moss. Wetting agents should not be needed for a compost-based mix. The editor does not recommend using commercial wetting agents on peat-based mixes. Most of these wetting agents are not approved for organic growing. It is also easy to add too much wetting agent. Only a very small amount is required, and it must be mixed very thoroughly with the growing mix. An easier method is to add a few drops of dishwashing soap per gallon of irrigation water. Use the cheap stuff from the dollar store, unscented and uncolored. The addition of dish soap reduces the surface tension of the water, allowing it to more easily penetrate into the peat moss fibers. Peat moss is notoriously hard to wet down in the field. It usually requires a long soak in a container of water to saturate it thoroughly. Important: get out early in the season to do all of your digging and hauling chores. Tea is a lot cooler this time of year, and the mosquitoes, flies, and snakes aren't very active in the early spring either. Let me tell you, we dug holes when it was 55 degrees and I dug holes when it was 90 degrees, and I very much prefer the cooler working conditions. I dug for 2 hours in 90-degree weather one summer, and I had heat exhaustion so bad that I barely made it back to my vehicle. Had to sit down every 2 minutes to keep from passing out. Productivity is increased during the cool weather, and one can also think much more clearly. When you get down to the hard work, get it all done in 1 or 2 days to prevent multiple visits to your grow area. Not good for security. Bring in new shovels and digging implements in order to make the task at hand easier. Hike in a small cooler, filled with ice, water, and some food, no booze, so that you can spend more time at the grow. Bring along extra mosquito repellent, because it wears off as you sweat. I even have a folding chair stashed deep in the bushes in a couple of areas. Use them for my union breaks. After digging for an hour in hard soil, a chance to sit down in an actual chair is the greatest feeling in the world. A true outdoor guerrilla grower usually grows a distance from his own location, so most of the grow mixes used in the great outdoors will be a mixture of existing topsoil and 25% to 50% soilless mix. It is nice to be able to truck in 10 or 20 yards of high-quality grow mix, and simply dump it out in piles at a good grow site. If only we all had a dump truck or heavy equipment that could drive deep into the woods, swamps, and wetlands, but this is usually not the case. Look for a quality topsoil, even if you will be amending it in some way, because the plant's roots will grow through your soilless mix and into the surrounding topsoil. The surrounding topsoil does have a major effect on your plants, no matter how you look at it. As far as adjusting the initial pH of the topsoil surrounding your grow mix, use the following procedures. To raise the pH of an acidic, less than 7.0 picohenries soil, add agricultural or dolomite lime. Both will raise the pH, as well as supplying extra calcium and magnesium to your ladies. If your soil is already high in magnesium, use oyster shell lime instead of dolomite. To lower the pH of an alkaline greater than 7.0 picohenries soil, Add elemental sulfur, slow acting, or iron sulfate, very fast acting. Page 103. Covered in a thick layer of dead leaves and composted leaf mold. This leaf compost is a highly nutritious plant food and soil conditioner, loaded with beneficial bacteria and trace minerals. It is used to take the place of peat moss in a grow medium, and is a renewable, green, resource. You can collect a bunch of this leaf compost from the forest floor, using it for about 15% of your final grow mix. It should work very well. Once everything is mixed up, and the plants are growing, that leaf compost can now be used as a mulch, slowing down the evaporation of water from your grow mix during the hot months. Pile it on thick, on all surfaces of the garden. It also serves as camouflage, preventing eyes in the skies above from detecting tilled garden spots. Have a bunch of Hindu Kush plants, all growing in native topsoil outdoors. They are 2 to 3 months old and are only 10 to 20 inches tall. They were starting to yellow, so I gave them some chemical 987. It didn't seem to perk them up or speed up the growth. Why are my plants so small? I am in southern Canada. Will I have time to finish them? I'm in Vancouver, and Vor Hindu Kush plants will easily finish up in time. Your plants are having problems growing because you have planted them in unmodified topsoil. Usually when the plants are stunted like that, the pH of your soil is off and the plants are suffering from iron and magnesium deficiencies. Different types of grow mediums give you different grades of taste, quality, and yield. Pick up something like Sunshine No. 4 peat-based grow mix, and blend that in with the native topsoil. I am also going to guess that the soil will need some lime. This helps to buffer the soil pH, making whatever nutrients already contained in the topsoil more available to your plants. A shovelful of compost at the base of each plant should help also. Just water it into the soil every time that you irrigate. Try not to use chemical fertilizers. I use chemicals once at transplant time to give the new plants an initial push, but only once. Sunshine Mix is good stuff, but it is a rip-off. You are paying $25 for a 4 cubic foot bale of shredded peat moss. Retails for about $6, a small amount of perlite, some lime, a wetting agent, and a bit of chemical starter fertilizer. Mix up your own Sunshine Mix, about $7 for 4 cubic feet of homemade mix. The roots must be able to push easily through the growing mix in order to grab all available nutrients from the surrounding soil. Straight topsoil will compact after a few rains, and will start to choke the roots once they spread out past that soft part of the soil. Add 10% to 20% finished compost to your homemade Sunshine Mix, for an extra nutrient boost. I am growing outdoors for the first time. Am starting the plants indoors, then moving them out for transplant once they are a foot tall. I plan on growing them in 5-gallon buckets, using potting soil and chemical fertilizers. Are the 5-gallon buckets large enough for my plants to grow to full size, and yield well? 5-gallon buckets should work nice for a shorter season crop, say 30 days vegetative, and 50 days of flowering. Add some good compost to your potting soil mix, and make sure that the pH is right on. In a small bucket environment like that, an alkaline or acidic condition will do great. Page 117 Chapter 14 Camouflage and Grow Holes. The summer before last I grew 6 plants on the back porch of my townhouse. As they grew throughout the summer months, I trained them along thick wires, tied about 20 inches off the floor. I ended up with 2 huge colas at each node. They were fat, sticky, and purple, but you had to be within 10 feet of the porch in order to spot them. In the early spring, we'll be adding a couple of strategically located bushes, hedges at the edge of the porch, as well as a couple of potted plants here and there. I can move the potted plants as needed, helping to camouflage my sweeties to an even greater degree. We put out a dozen tomato plants about a week ago, June 1st. They love the sunshine and the all-organic compost. We're doing a huge garden this year with corn, tomatoes, cannabis, and pole beans. The pole beans are grown on rectangular, wooden trellises that are more than 6 feet tall. These are great for hiding my 4-foot-tall super skunk hedges that are planted amongst the tomato plants at the back of the garden. The beans form a green wall of vegetation, but are placed so that they do not block the sun to the SS plants. Plant new bean seeds at the base of the trellis every 3 weeks until harvest. That way, new bean plants will constantly be sprouting, ensuring that your wall stays thick and green until harvest time. Plus, if you like beans, you will end up with buckets full of them. After the marijuana plants are harvested, the bean plants are tilled under, and a cover crop of alfalfa is planted by throwing a few handfuls of seed over the top of the entire garden. Plants grown like this are only visible from above. The aerial view can be broken up a bit by stretching a few wires across the top of your garden, going from wooden trellis to wooden trellis, then training the bean plants to grow along them. Exclamation mark. Live in northern North Carolina, and the deer and the rip-off artists are thick here. My stealth plan is to use 7 feet tall, brown-colored, plastic snow fencing, with a mesh size of I by 1.5 inches, as the base for my camouflage. The snow fencing is wrapped around a number of sturdy trees, which forms a fenced-in growing area. Climbing ivy, and other climbing groundcovers, will then be planted at the base of this fence. As the climbing plants grow, they are weaved throughout the mesh fencing. Forest vegetation, and vines, are also woven through, and tied off to, the fencing. After one season, the fencing and vegetation form a natural wall barrier, closing the area off to animals, and the eaves of snooping, low-life thieves. Page 121 Harvest. This year I am thinking of doing the same kind of setup, cut out of a huge, thorny thicket in some nearby woods. I was wondering about methods used to conceal trails into the forest, but, more importantly, how not to create a conspicuous trail in the first place. Sounds like your grow in the blackberry thicket was very well hidden. As for making trails in the woods, or camouflaging them, it helps to approach your grow from a different direction each time you visit. Try not to walk on the same spot all the time, as this makes a trail. If you have a trail that goes into a thicket, taking a sharp turn in the trail a meter or 2 into the thicket gives the appearance that the trail doesn't go anywhere and stops at a dead end. Make use of fallen logs and rocks to walk on. A trail that leads straight to a thick bush, which hides the rest of your trail, is a very good situation. Use this setup when the surrounding growth is very thick, so that hikers do not simply walk around your obstruction. In wide open terrain, it is too easy for people to scout around and pick up the trail again. As you approach your garden, cut a highly visible, false trail that goes far around your garden. Make this trail very easy to spot and follow. Step off the false trail somewhere, trying not to leave a trace, and work your way to your garden site. Your dummy trail can continue on, leading hikers in a circle, back where the path originally started. If you have a planting area that is accessible from a stream or riverbank, walk in the stream using rubber, hip-knee boots. You will not leave any footprints in the stream bed, therefore you will automatically know that any footprints you spot on the bank, near your grow, are not your own. Walking in the stream gives the guerrilla grower 100% control of the grow area. At first, this will seem like a pain in the ass, but when you arrive at your grow and see that no one else has been there, it makes it easier to come back again. Really helps with the paranoia. If you are lucky enough to grow near a creek, river, or stream, and walk the creek or river to gain access to your garden area, find an area where a stand of bushes and vegetation juts out to the edge of the stream. Use that as the entrance to your grow site. Enter from the stream, and cut yourself an entrance through the bushes that leads to your garden area. If the bushes are tall enough, cut yourself out a tunnel. You now have a path to your site, known only to you, that can only be entered from the water. The water at the edge of the creek will quickly cover any tracks that you make on the bank. Bushes and other growth grow like freaking crazy when they are next to the water like this. This is absolutely great security. Do not pick a low spot next to the water to locate your garden. During a heavy rainstorm, low areas will flood and quickly kill your plants. Locate a raised mound, or a hill, that contains a decent black topsoil. If the soil consists of muck, clay, and silt, take that as a clue that the area has been underwater, flooded many times in the past. Seek another area with higher ground and better topsoil. I guerrilla grow in the northern USA. In my experience, growing mostly medical grade indicas, the deeper I dig the grow hole, the larger the resulting yield. I spend about 10 hours per garden, digging out a 3x4 foot hole, 36 inches deep, and filling it with a pre-mixed, organic topsoil. I buy the topsoil, packed into 4 cubic foot bales, from a wholesale supplier. Have a 4-wheeler page 125 fertilizer to my grow holes. I hide my trails by sprinkling the 5th of May 44 pelletized lawn fertilizer along my trail as I walk back to my vehicle. Any high nitrogen lawn fertilizer can be used, but be sure that you buy it in pelletized form. It is easier to broadcast by hand that way. The pelletized form is also less smelly. Bought a 50-pound sack of this stuff for about $13 a couple of years back. I usually use about 3 pounds worth to cover a trail that is about 100 yards long. I apply extra fertilizer at the entrance to the trail, and at the approach to my grow site, hoping that the camouflage will spring up faster and thicker to hide my entranceway. If you grow in a garden surrounded by short trees or bushes, use plastic zip ties to bind branches of the trees' bushes together, eventually forming an impenetrable wall of branches, leaves, and thorns. Buy heavy-duty zip ties in various lengths, usually 8, 10, and 12 inches. I use zip ties that are UV resistant because they will be constantly exposed to the sun. Pull more branches into the fence as time goes on, and you will soon have to dig a secret entrance, because the rest of the barrier becomes thicker and thicker, finally impenetrable. Also throw high-powered lawn fertilizer, Bradford Organics, brand, on the ground. It makes the weeds grow much faster. I have been growing in the tree and brush-covered median divider of a 4-lane southern highway for quite a few years now. The area where I grow is located far out in the sticks and is never touched by a road or tree-cutting crew. At least, I have never seen one. These medians run for miles and miles, and the one that I grow in is up to 75 feet wide in some areas. I put in 2 plants per grow site, and I space my many plants more than a half mile apart in order to avoid detection. I use the highway mile markers to keep track of my garden locations. My favorite areas for gardening are places where the highway travels from one county into another, or one state into another. The state troopers patrolling the highway usually turn around and head back on their patrols a half mile or so before they reach the county line. This means the only time that there is any law enforcement in that remote area at all is during a traffic accident, or when someone actually calls them in. When I want to visit my plants, or come harvest time, carry a garbage bag along with me, collecting a few aluminum cans on the way to my grow. I stay inside the wooded part of the median so that I am not noticed by the passing cars. One more great thing about this type of grow, I enter the middle of the median about a half a mile from my garden location, and then walk the distance to my garden, collecting cans all the way. When I leave, I drop the cans back along the exit route so that I have something to fill the bag with the next time I visit. Mulching hay mulch. When I say hay, mean any dried, chopped up plant material, placed about 8 inches thick around your babies in a 2-foot circle. A hay mulch will keep the weeds under control, retain soil moisture, and help to camouflage your plants. More importantly, hay helps to build your soil by encouraging natural processes. Earthworms and beneficial microbugs feed on the organic material created by the decaying hay. 8 inches may seem like a lot at first, but after a couple of rains it will settle down and look most natural, just a couple of inches thick. Where to get this hay, you may ask. Using a rake, rake up all of the dried plant litter in your grow area, leaves, pine straw, last year's weeds, etc. I do this raking a distance from my grow site, in order to prevent upsetting the natural look of the area. Fill a large, burlap sack with the collected litter, and carry it back to the garden site. As far as mulch goes, here are a few suggestions. One grower uses a combination of hay, straw, and rice hulls, while another guy uses 3 inches of rice hulls spread over the entire garden area. Some growers use sawdust, but since it is acidic it will tie up nitrogen. Adding some high nitrogen fertilizer to the sawdust will help to remedy that problem. Suggestions include Plastic 1 thickness newspapers 10 thicknesses cocoa bean hulls, about 1 inch rice hulls, 4-6 inches old sawdust 3 inches hay or straw, any type 6-10 inches. Hay and straw are the favorites. They allow the ground to breathe without allowing too much evaporation, and they contain seeds that will sprout and grow, providing even more camouflage. Instead of using plastic sheets that will seal off your soil for a mulch, there is a better solution known as geotextile, also known as landscape fabric. The main advantage of geotextile is that it is lightweight, and prevents the growth of weeds in soil that it is covering. Geotextile raises the temperature of the soil a few degrees, stimulating microbial activity in the soil, leading to more vigorous root growth. The guerrilla grower must be careful though. Direct sunlight can quickly overheat the soil, damaging or even killing your plants. Marijuana can tolerate a very warm root zone because of its woody roots. Page 131 Chapter 16 Grow bags and containers. Grow bags, black plastic pots, 5-gallon buckets, 55-gallon drums, Rubbermaid containers, culvert tubing, PVC pipe, burlap sacks, contractors' garbage bags, stacked truck tires, holes in the ground. These are just some of the items that have been utilized by guerrilla growers as holding containers for their soil mixes. The highly successful guerrilla grower uses a container that holds the maximum amount of grow mix, allowing him to realize the highest possible yield from each grow site. The smallest containers, 4-inch pots or 1-quart paper milk containers, filled with grow mix, will support a cannabis seedling for about 2 weeks. It has been observed that a freshly sprouted marijuana plant can extend its taproot straight down to the bottom of a half-gallon milk carton in only 5 days. Starting off with smaller pots allows the grower to prejudge the plants, thinning out the weak or spindly ones. Quart and half-gallon paper milk containers can be purchased at the local farm supply for about 25 cents. A 6-inch, plastic pot, also called a 1-gallon pot in the landscaping industry, holds about % of a gallon of grow mix. This pot allows you to grow your plants for 4 to 5 weeks, allowing you time to sex your plants before transplanting. I feel that growing in containers smaller than 25 gallons is a waste of time. Plants are constantly stressed in a smaller container because of water shortage. A small pot can evaporate completely dry, in just a few hours, on a hot summer day. Whenever a cannabis plant wilts, the final yield will be reduced by a certain amount, dependent upon the strain being grown. Indica strains tolerate wilting a lot better than a sativa strain will. Carrying water to your grow area every day beats down the vegetation, leaving a very conspicuous trail. Plants in containers also miss out on most rainwater because of the small footprint of the soil surface. I solved my container problem by using 55-gallon plastic drums to grow in. I fill the bottom 15 inches of the barrel with vermiculite and water-absorbing polymers, and add water. This is all done early in the spring, when there is plenty of rainwater to collect. The remainder of the barrel is topped off with a compost-based grow mix. The polymers at the bottom provide the plants. Page 135 Woods, over even a small distance, beats a path into the ground like you won't believe. Hunters keep an eye out for faint game trails, and they will follow that trail to where it ends, usually right in your garden. Always concentrate on not leaving a trail, stepping over and between weeds and grass, and using rocks and downed trees as stepping stones. The smart guerrilla grower uses multiple trails, 1 or 2 trails to enter the grow area, and 2 to 3 to choose from on your way out. The order in which you use the 2 trails can be reversed as needed. Once one of the trails starts to get trampled down, move 10 or 15 feet to the side of that trail and start a new one that runs parallel to the original trail. This gives the original trail a chance to recover. When you transplant your plants to their final home, use the largest container, or grow hole, that you can. 15-gallon grow bags will give you a large, high-yielding plant, but that same plant in a 30-gallon bag yields more than double the buds of the 15-gallon bag. This is assuming that the larger bag receives an equivalent amount of watering. The larger bag holds more water, and resists evaporation better because of the large amount of grow mix held within. If your plants grow too tall, and start to become a security concern, dig the bag into the ground 8 to 12 inches, and mulch heavily around the edges of the hole to further conserve water. Other growers actually lay the grow bags on their side, forcing the plant to grow horizontally, or at a 45-degree angle. The only way to do this with a plant in the ground is to bend and snap the main stem into that position. Turn the ground into a container. While it is still cool, dig out a bunch of grow holes 3 feet square and 4 feet deep. The bottom 3/4 of the hole is then lined with a 10 mil, or thicker, plastic tarp. The plastic is placed into the hole, and overlapping edges are sealed using Gorilla Glue. The tarp becomes a container that stores water in the bottom of the hole, like a small underground reservoir. Fill your plastic reservoir with 2 feet of peat-based grow mix. Polymers are also added, about 2 pounds per hole, and are thoroughly mixed in. I take advantage of the heavy rains in April and May by digging my grow holes during the very early spring. The spring rains soak the grow mix, and start to fill up the reservoir. Any free water will then be absorbed, and stored, into the water-absorbing polymers. Excess water sits in the bottom few inches of the reservoir, providing an ample water supply for the growing season. Rains throughout the rest of the growing season help to keep the water supply up. Supplemental watering should only be needed during very dry seasons, or periods of very hot weather. Most years I do not have to water the holes at all. I do carry in water, spiked with fertilizer, a couple of times during the season. After the spring rains have filled and saturated the mix in the bottom of the hail, another, smaller tarp is laid over the reservoir part of the hole. The second tarp limits evaporation, while still allowing the plant's roots to grow past the tarp into the reservoir below. Another 12 to 18 inches of soil mix is then dumped on top of the reservoir, completely filling the hole. The top mix is then watered with 12 gallons of water just before transplanting. If it rains heavily, this can substitute for the hand waterings. Page 138, Chapter 17, Trails and Grow Locations. My trails are not of my own making, follow game trails that are already in use by deer and coyote. The trails that lead off of the main game trail and into my grow area are hidden from view using various methods. Evergreen saplings are good, because you can push the evergreen aside, and step past it. The sapling springs back into place once you let go of it, leaving little evidence of the new trail beyond. If possible, walk on, or alongside of, old logs and fallen tree trunks. I call this my fallen log entrance. Use large, fallen trees that are long dead and rotting, and are no longer usable for firewood. Fallen trees that are grown over with bushes and other brush are perfect. Just jump on, being careful not to disturb moss on the trunk. Squeeze through the bushes and start your new trail on the other side of the overgrowth. My favorite guerrilla garden locations are those areas that no one wants to visit because of insects and thorn bushes. The ideal entrance to my grow sites is cut out of bramble, stickers and slash, and is usually down at ground level, so that the guerrilla grower has to get down on his hands and knees in order to enter the grow. People searching for firewood, berries, or water are prime suspects for discovering secret gardens. Have a good friend and growing partner who has grown in the back hills for years. He purposely uses the middle of his trail as a latrine, with no attempt to cover or bury his business. No one has ever wanted to continue on past that area, evidenced by the fact that he has never lost a crop, not once. One can carefully lift thickets or brambles out of the way and slowly pass through a gateway to your hidden trail. Set the branches back in place once you enter. Jump off of your main trail onto a stepping stone. Any large rocks adjacent to the trail can be used as an undetectable entry into the brush. Jump onto the first rock, and then onto another rock deeper in the brush. Once you are out of sight of the main trail, start your secondary trail that leads directly to your grow. I also follow animal trails. It is just more convenient to follow an existing trail. No bushes or thickets to fight through because the animals using the trail have already found their way around. Page 145, Protector, so it doesn't get wet, and take it with you on your next hike around the property. Pre-mark the map with potential garden areas based on things like southern exposure, tree and brush cover, and access to existing water sources. Do not forget fire hydrants or other water sources. The best places to grow are almost impenetrable by most human beings, because of thick woods and undergrowth. The satellite photos are cool, giving you the same aerial view that a spotter in an airplane or helicopter would have, allowing you to immediately explore the areas with the highest potential, saving a lot of hiking and exploring time. Using these aerial photos, the guerrilla grower can spot an easier to penetrate shortcut entrance into the thick, overgrown potential garden sites, again saving a lot of exploring time and effort. It is better to enter an area using the path of least resistance, disturbing Mother Nature as little as possible, as opposed to hacking your way through brush and brambles with a machete. Which do you think is less visible from the air? Bushwhackers look for trails leading into thick, overgrown areas, because they know that no one but a guerrilla grower would have a reason for hiking and exploring there. Cannabis thieves are the laziest of the lazy, letting others do all of the work for the entire growing season before they move in and make off with your crop. When hiking, people tend to stick to the paths of least resistance. That is, well-worn paths that go around obstacles and brush, and not directly through those areas. Trails in a wooded area need to be treated very carefully. You do not want a trail to your grow. If you can follow that trail, then so can anyone else. You have to do all of your heavy hauling and hiking early in the season, winter and early spring, so that the trail that you will inevitably create is covered by spring plant growth. A trail created later in the season is very easy to spot from the air, and even easier to follow on the ground. This guerrilla grower does not worry about trails formed when digging out and supplying a grow site. Those trails are abandoned after all of the digging and hauling work has been done for the year, once the plants are in the ground and growing. I cover the trail over with brush and dead tree branches at least 75 feet before the grow site is reached, and the path is never used again. In order to access the grow site, I blaze a low-profile trail, 20 or 30 feet to the side of the original trail. The new trail is only used a few times until harvest. I use pre-sexed cuttings, so I do not have to take 2 or 3 trips in to check for males during flowering. The guerrilla grower must be very careful not to beat down vegetation when traveling this path, and to be sure that it is only used 4 times during the season. If you must access the grow more than 4 times, start a third trail 10 or 20 feet over from the second trail. If you have a trail that starts on the edge of a forest, jump over the border weeds and overgrowth, a good 3 feet or so, and start your trail there. Always jump into the woods in a slightly different spot. This prevents leaving behind a noticeable clump of flattened, dead weeds and broken branches. Use the edges of cornfields and forests as walking paths. Walk between rows of corn when you can. Walk on hard patches of ground and clay. Do not smash down grass and low. Page 149 was driving past the grow area on day 5 of the extra week. Just to have a quick look around, I suddenly spotted the earth-moving equipment at the far end of the forested area. Upon further observation, I found that my entire grow forest had been completely razed, flattened down to clay. The construction crew had moved in probably the day after I had made the decision to leave the extra 5 plants there for another week. The plants were all gone, at least 2 or 3 pounds of quality weed. I still have no idea if they were plowed under, or were found. I really hope that they did find it, at least that way the smoke did not go totally to waste. The moral of this story is that if your plants are ripe and you can harvest, do so immediately. The guerrilla grower never knows what plans the owner has for that piece of borrowed real estate. My favorite kind of sign is the "No Trespassing" sign. Most law-abiding citizens will heed the no trespass warning, and will not explore that land. But, before I go trespassing, I always do a little bit of research in order to find out who owns the land, and what it is used for. Government-owned land will always be posted with signs that bear the name of the government entity that owns or controls the land. I have a small, county airport near my location, and the surrounding forest and swamp land that is airport property is marked with very small signs that say, "No Trespassing, Federal Aviation Authority." The only airport or FAA employees that enter this land are the lawn mowing crew that goes in twice a year, spring and fall, cutting down the meadow grass, but ignoring the many swamps and wooded areas also located on the land. They probably explore and landscape only 10% of all of the FAA land in that area. The rest of the land is up for grabs. No one hikes or explores there because of the posted signs, and the overgrown woods and wetlands. Remember, the US government owns something like 60% of the land in the entire US. There is a lot of usable land out there, just waiting to be put to good use. If the no trespassing signs do not identify the owners of the land in question, the guerrilla grower can inquire at the local county assessor's office, where the real estate tax records are kept. Identify the land in question, locate it in the assessor's map book, and copy down the parcel identification numbers. Use these tax ID numbers to look up the ownership information. This is all public record, and it is all legally accessible by any member of the public. You do not need a reason for accessing this information, and they cannot ask you why you are looking it up. Most employees will be glad to help you. They have many requests for the same info all day long from real estate appraisers, agents, surveyors, etc. There will be no suspicion of you and no investigation or report will be filed. This is done every day, completely legal and above board. If the ownership info lists an out-of-state person, or an out-of-state corporation, you should have no problem accessing the land and exploring. This ownership info tells you that the owner of the real estate does not live in the area, and will not surprise you one day when you are gardening. If the land has for sale signs posted, and you are challenged, simply state that you are checking out the land parcel for your uncle, who just sold his 50-acre spread in Mississippi, and now wants to retire on a piece of land in your area. Be polite and respectful, and ask questions that a real estate buyer would ask. How big is the parcel? How much per acre? How much are the taxes? Etc. Page 151, Chapter 18. Deer, rats, and other pests. Note: fishing line should never be used in the wild. Small animals become trapped in the line, and are eaten by larger animals, fishing line and all. When the large animal eliminates the remains of the smaller animal, the fishing line remains in the animal's intestines, with some of it hanging out. When the fishing line becomes snagged on bushes, the poor animal has to rip the fishing line out of his insides, causing great agony, even death. Our animal friends do not deserve this. Please do not spread fishing line all over Mother Nature. Use insulated copper wire, or nylon twine in its place. Or simply remove it at the end of the season. Any good ideas out there for getting rid of the whitetails eating my ladies? Defending guerrilla-grown cannabis gardens from deer can become a frustrating and time-consuming problem for the outdoor grower. The following info is based on years and years of deer deterrent repellent, trial and error testing in my own outdoor gardens. It should be very useful to the determined outdoor cannabis farmer. The smart guerrilla grower will continue to research, analyze and test, year after year, seeking the best solution to that individual situation. Good record keeping is also a must. Do not depend upon memories from 5 years prior. Write it down. When I started my analysis of my deer problem, I had to answer the most obvious question: why do deer hunt down and eat my guerrilla gardens? Deer are very selective in the types of vegetation that they consume. A wild deer is a high-energy, carbohydrate-burning, predator-avoiding eating machine. Wild deer are constantly burning energy, so they tend to seek out the most nutritious, high-carbohydrate vegetation available. Their normal diet includes high-calorie, high-sugar content vegetation and fruits, seeded wild grasses, and the juicy, immature, green growth tips of various trees and bushes, including your cannabis plants. In areas of low precipitation, the wild deer's main food sources may become very scarce during the grow season. In a low precipitation summer season, the deer main food source can become sparse due to the page 152 well-fed, they lose interest in your garden. I usually place a salt block at the feeding garden, so that when they finish eating, they hit the salt lick. The salt causes them to go off searching for water, without another thought about your guerrilla garden. The guerrilla grower can construct feeding stations, far away from the garden area, using a couple of bushels of fresh apples, bruised oranges, or dried corn, Placed underneath a low-hanging tree branch, the bucks like to rub on the branches. Spraying a strong-smelling pesticide like Severn's Dust, anti-flea powder, on the area surrounding your Guerilla garden will also help to repel critters. Just another layer of defense. Any of these solutions might help. If you have deer that are already venturing close to your house and onto your property, then they are already demonstrating that they are not afraid of you to begin with. This is a bad starting point to have. These deer have to be frightened away using something like a scarecrow with motorized arms, white rags tied to a line that flap in the wind, or even an iPod, Walkman, or an audio player rigged to play a recording of a predator animal on a randomly timed basis. At least once every 15 minutes should suffice. A scarecrow could be a bad suggestion for a guerrilla grower, but that's kind of obvious. If none of your deterrents have the desired effect, and the deer are still ravaging your crops, then your apple and corn baiting stations have just set Mr. Deer up for a clean kill with a .22 rifle or a shotgun slug. A .22 rifle, silenced with a 2-liter soda bottle taped around the end, sounds like a popping plastic bag filled with air. Of course, the 12-gauge slug is going to make a hell of a lot more noise, but it will do the job clean and quick. Just make sure that you are set up in advance for the kill shot. This is always a last-ditch solution, and please don't get caught. Especially important, do not kill deer or any wildlife on other people's land, as this is frowned upon by local law enforcement agencies. They call it poaching. I live in Pike County, Illinois, right along the mighty Mississippi River, home of some of the largest trophy bucks in the country. They grow big, really big, here in Pike County. The deer hunters pay a small fortune for the right to hunt these farm fields and woods. Needless to say, MV number one task every spring, summer, and fall, is to repair and build fencing, and to spray and spread repellents in and around my guerrilla gardens. Also, due to the large number of hunters that descend upon our county every fall, my gardens must be camouflaged perfectly, or else the deer hunter will go home with a large buck and a couple of pounds of my primo weed. Since moving here, and beginning my battle with the deer and other critters, I have done a lot of research and experimentation concerning the effectiveness of the various commercial and home-brewed deer repellents. The results of my years of research are listed below, have also included whatever info one could find on the internet concerning the effectiveness of my repellents. The results are shown in the following report. In growing areas that have low deer pressure, bars of strongly scented soap are one of the easiest deer control methods to put into practice. The guerrilla grower, using scented bars of soap, should gin the most strongly scented soap available. Buy the soap bars in bulk packages, page 156. Another formulation, consisting of garlic, rotten eggs, potassium sorbate, etc., is called liquid fence. It is a taste and smell deterrent. This repellent works for up to 30 days if the instructions are followed to the letter. The guerrilla grower will want to thoroughly spray down the plants on the day of transplant, and again 5 to 7 days later. This trains any animals that taste your plants that the plants are not food for them. Because liquid fence has a horrible odor, it is used as a perimeter spray. The disgusting smell will help to repel other undesirable four-legged creatures, like raccoons and rabbits. Tree Guard is my third repellent of choice. Tree Guard is a latex-based repellent that contains Bitrex, a completely safe, but very bitter, chemical that is applied to stop people from biting their gingenals. This product is a taste repellent, and it should only be applied to your plants. It is not used as a perimeter spray. Apply Tree Guard as soon as the plants are transplanted. Give the critters an early season taste of this vile, bitter stuff, and they will not return looking for food. For waterproofing purposes, Tree Guard contains latex, which makes it hard to wash off of your plants by rainfall, making it effective for up to 6 months' time. Because of the latex content, Tree Guard cannot be applied once pistils are showing, it will gum up your buds. Fencing I grow in the extreme northern United States, and I can tell you from years of hunting and guerrilla growing experience, that deer in the northern US are definitely bigger, and can jump higher, than their cousins in the southern states. I also lived in northern Mississippi for close to a decade, so one know what I am talking about. I have deer jump over my 6-foot-tall barriers on a regular basis, especially during dry summer periods, when there is not a lot of other vegetation available to be eaten. I agree, am close to the Arkansas-Oklahoma border. In northern Oklahoma, usually can get away with a 6-foot fence in my area, as long as the layout of the land is not in favor of the deer. If the deer can see through your fence, and see that there is clearance on the other side for him to land, he will try to jump it. In situations like this, the 8-foot fence is needed. If the guerrilla grower runs many large gardens, spread over a large geographical area, the costs and time consumption of constantly reapplying deer repellents can be daunting. The grower must evaluate the cost of fences versus repellents over a long period of time. Fencing will eliminate this problem once and for all, but the security problems involved with moving in rolls of fencing, fence posts, and tools to the grow site must also be evaluated. Carrying all of these materials long distances into the wilderness can also be a close to impossible task. Fencing should be installed in the late fall, early winter to avoid trampling vegetation and leaving a trail to your garden. It is also much easier to install fencing when the trees and bushes have lost their leaves. Another plus is that there are no vines, poison ivy, poison oak growing at that time of year, and no hornet, wasp, or beehives hanging from the branches that you are working on and under. Page 163, Chapter 19, Water Collection and Storage. Guerrilla growers practice two main types of watering styles. There are guerrilla growers who use containers to carry water into the gardens by hand, and there are guerrilla growers who use irrigation tubing connected to a gasoline, electric, or hand-powered water pump to deliver water from a source of water a distance away. Hand watering is usually done on a weekly schedule. The main factors affecting the hand watering schedule are the weather conditions, both rainfall amounts and temperature, as well as the amount of water-retaining material added to the soil mix when it was prepared. Water-absorbing polymers, peat moss, and composts absorb and store rain and irrigation water. If the grower has added these materials to the grow mix, it can add an additional week's time between hand waterings. A heavy rainfall, of at least 1 inch, will also add another week to the watering schedule. With proper preparation and good rainfall, the guerrilla grower's hand watering schedule can be stretched out to once every 3 weeks, without cutting yields. Less trips into the garden means enhanced security, and less trails through the bush. Most growers carry in water using 5-gallon plastic buckets. The main drawback to using a 5-gallon, round bucket is the thin, wire handle. This wire handle is very hard on the fingers, and the wrist tendons, when carrying a bucket full of water any great distance. The other drawback is the round shape of the 5-gallon bucket. A round bucket bangs you in the legs with every step that you take. The best method that I have found for hauling in water by hand is using the 6-gallon plastic gas water cans, usually found at home improvement and hardware stores for about $12 to $15. Due to their rectangular shape, these water cans are much easier to carry than a 5-gallon bucket. The rectangular shape allows the container to rest against the side of your leg as you walk. An added plus is that the handles on these water cans are wide and provide a very good grip, which is a lot easier on your hands and arms. Use work gloves when carrying these things any great distance to avoid blisters. A 6-gallon can of water weighs about 50 pounds. Carrying 2 of these babies over the river, and through the woods, will be a very good workout. My personal water plan has me hiking in water just before sundown, usually on a weekend, in order. Page 181 Amendments, and start digging. 3 weeks later, the female cuttings go in. I know they will not be thirsty this season. Plus every time it rains, can re-top off my reservoirs. As long as we get some rain, should have a good supply of water all season. I have used this method successfully many times in the past. It works like a charm when you cannot haul water into your garden site, or when the local pond dries up during the dry part of the summer season. Just tie up a tarp, and aim it so that the water collected will flow into a large container. In my case, I use 32-gallon trash cans, buried halfway into the ground, and let Mother Nature take care of the rest. When the cans are full, the tops are put in place, and the entire assembly is buried in dirt and leaves. The one problem that I see is garbage such as insects, rodents, and leaves, getting into your water reservoir. The clever grower will put some kind of a strainer at the end of the tarp, which will catch all of the crud before it gets into your reservoir. The water could also be cleaned by pumping it through an inline filter, and then right back into the same container. I wrap fiberglass window screening across the top of my rain collection barrel, securing it with a bungee cord. The small amount of fine dirt that does get through settles to the bottom, way below the drain spout. QO, I'm very interested in your automated rain collector systems. Can you explain your technique further? According to the rainfall collection calculator, located at snetwork.com, a 100 square foot collection tarp 10 foot x 10 foot will collect up to 62 gallons of water for every 1 inch of rain that falls, not factoring in evaporation. That amount of water will overflow a 55-gallon drum. This means that 3 inches of rain equals almost 200 gallons of collected water. I performed some research this summer, collecting rainwater using plastic tarps and storing it on site to use for irrigating my plants. My experiment was performed with security of the grow site in mind. My usual method for locating a high-grade, guerrilla gardening location was to start my hunt in areas where a source of irrigation water was in close proximity, trying to keep the distance between the garden and the water less than a quarter mile. High-yielding plants require huge amounts of water, so I theorized that it was a good idea to be close to a water source. Next, a hidden area, with good topsoil and southern exposure to the sun, must be located within that quarter-mile radius from the water. I quickly discovered that I was not the only one with a desire to be near water. Rivers, streams, and lakeshores are natural highways, frequented by fox, deer, bears, raccoons, fishermen, hikers, hunters, outdoorsmen, rangers, photographers, you name it. There is a constant stream of traffic to and from the water. Even if your garden is not found, the multitude of people in the area make it almost impossible to hike in any supplies to the guerrilla garden. Please do not even think of trying to run irrigation lines from the water to your crop, they will be spotted immediately. It was impossible to collect page 188 the water pump so that it is powered by the idling engine, or the car battery in the case of a 12-volt pump. A hose could be run from the water tank in the trunk, under the vehicle to the pump, with the output line exiting through the front passenger wheel well. Last summer, I tested a low-pressure irrigation system in my backyard vegetable garden. The design uses gravity flow, along with an electronic timer to open and close the watering valve, all according to my preset schedule. The automated system was a complete success. I can now cut my visits to the garden to once monthly, or just let them go right up to harvest time. In my chosen guerrilla gardening location, there is no nearby source of water to tap directly into for irrigation purposes. Because of this, I will have to have water storage facilities either on site, or in very close proximity to my garden. In my case, hauling a 200-gallon water tank a mile or more into the woods was not one of the options that I was considering. Had to figure a way to build a complete, animal-proof, reservoir, using mostly on-site forest materials. Some lightweight materials will still have to be hiked in, no matter how the design turns out. My first thought was to dig a reservoir in the ground, lining it with a pool liner or thick plastic sheeting. Main problem with digging a reservoir is small animals chewing through the plastic liner because they detect the water on the other side. In a dry season, the reservoir liner would be quickly destroyed by thirsty animals looking for water. I also had to worry about supporting the sides of a larger hole properly, to protect against collapse of the entire hole. First question: how large does the hole have to be to hold 200 gallons, or whatever volume, of water? The following chart will give you a good idea of the required amount of digging for the amount of water that you want your reservoir to store. US gallons liquid to cubic foot conversion table: 10 gallons equals 1.33 cubic feet, hole size APPX. Foot x 1 foot by 1.4 feet 50 gallons equals 6.68 cubic feet, hole size APPX. 2 foot x 2.5 foot by 1.2 feet 100 gallons equals 13.3 cubic feet, hole size equals APPX. 2.5 foot x 2.5 foot by 2.1 feet 200 gallons equals 26.7 cubic feet, hole size equals APPX. 3 foot x 3 foot x 3 foot 500 gallons equals 66.8 cubic feet, hole size equals APPX. 3.5 foot x 4.5 foot x 4.5 foot 750 gallons equals 100 cubic feet, hole size equals 4 foot x 5 foot x 5 foot. After some thinking, have come up with a good solution. The reservoir will be a 3x3x3 foot hole, dug into the ground, holding 200 gallons of water when topped off. To defeat gnawing and burrowing animals, the entire hole will be lined with 2x2 pine boards. The 2x2s are tacked together, using framing nails, to form a solid, wooden box around the perimeter of the hole. A page 197 pipe, leaving behind a core of absorbent, nutritious backfill, that reaches down to the moisture zone. Your plant's roots should penetrate to the bottom of the hole very quickly. My problem is with the noise that this technique could create. Pounding a pipe into the ground using a sledgehammer creates a lot of noise that will carry a great distance through the woods. I think that a couple of layers of denim material over the top of the pipe would muffle the noise quite a bit. I am going to try using a piece of 2-inch diameter, iron gas pipe to drive the hole. I think that if one drove the pipe downward, 6 inches at a time, removing it and cleaning it out with a piece of rebar, the process would go very quickly. I am looking into this further. It's weird how something like this can come back to you after so many years. This technique dates back to the late 70s, and probably way before that. Simply go to Home Depot, and purchase a hand auger. These earth drills are used for hand digging post holes when installing a fence or a deck. They make augers with 4-foot and 6-foot handles that will drill a 4 to 6 inch diameter hole in the earth. With a 4-foot handle, you should be able to drill down to a depth of around 3 to 3.5 feet, while a 6-footer allows you to get down to the 5-foot level. Be prepared though, if you are augering during the rainy season, or in a wet, swampy area, it will be very hard to pull that auger back out of the wet ground when it is down at the 4 or 5-foot depth. The wet earth creates a natural suction, and you will feel like you have been lifting weights once you have drilled 3 or 4 deep holes. The best method is to auger about 1 foot at a time, pulling the auger out of the hole and cleaning it regularly. An added plus to using an auger near a pond, or a swampy area, is that you can drill right down to water. The water actually fills the bottom of the hole once you drill deep enough. Top off this well with grow mix, and the groundwater will keep your grow mix watered, and your plants growing like crazy. I throw a handful of water polymer into the standing water. The polymers then provide your plants with an ample supply of water, even if the water table drops to a lower depth, later in the growing season. Drilling down about 5 feet, using the auger technique, should not be hard at all. If your grow hole is dug to a depth of 2 feet deep to begin with, then you need to go about 3 feet deeper, tapping into moisture at the 5-foot level. This is the method that I use in my area, but the depth of your water table will vary based upon your location and the time of year. When I lived in Kane County, Illinois, I could use a hand auger, and hit water at about 3 feet deep, pretty much any time of the year. If you are drilling for water in a wetland area, or near a body of water, you should hit moisture at a much shallower level. If I hit water at 3 feet, I do not stop there, I will continue to drill to the 5 or 6 foot level, in order to allow all of the available water to seep into the bottom of my grow hole, forming what I call a seep well. The bottom 2 feet of the seep well will stay filled with water throughout the growing season. Your plant's roots will grow into the seep wells, and drink from the water at the bottom of the hole. A guerrilla garden, with multiple seep wells throughout the garden, provides the plants with a never-ending supply of water for the entire growing season. The seep wells should be filled in page 209 chapter 20 pruning trimming bending LST, OSCROG, OSG, topping, leafing, supercropping, FIM, and super FIM, low stress, high stress, leaf removal, bending, crushing, cutting, hacking, mangling, breaking, trimming and all of the rest. Over the decades, Outdoor marijuana growers have come up with a multitude of trimming and pruning methods, theorized to maximize final yields. Some of these methods are gentle, and are designed not to stress the plant, while other growers literally rip and shred their plant until it is but a shadow of its former self, theorizing that the stress reaction increases the final yield. These same methods also alter the growth patterns, as well as the shape of the plant, helping camouflage your secret garden. Low-stress training (LST) is the lowest stress method of training a cannabis plant for higher yields. The LST method will turn a cannabis plant into a low hedge, as opposed to the normal pine tree-shaped growth pattern. No plant tissue is removed when LST training is employed. Since the LST method is not damaging the cannabis plant in any way, there is no wasted recovery time. Growers using low-stress training methods bend and tie down the main growing tip, bending it as close to the ground as possible. When the growing tip of the cannabis plant is bent, the plant reacts in the same way as a plant that has been topped by cutting the growing tip off. Axial growth hormones, usually heavily concentrated in the growing tip, are now distributed to the side branches of the plant, stimulating them into fast growth. As the side branches grow longer, the tallest ones are also tied down the same way. The most successful LST growers tie down all year long, ending up with a short, spread-out hedge, packed with flowers. The flowers receive the same amount of sunlight, so they grow at the same rate. The LST grower ends up with a low bush, filled with a multitude of main colas. Plants grown in the traditional way end up with a single, main cola. LST training is more of a philosophy than a carved-in-stone science. Each grower develops a Javarite method of training. Different genetics respond differently to various training methods. The difference in methods is usually due to growers using different genetics. Some plants react well to LST while some do not, leading to the development of modified methods. Growers use twine, wooden stakes, zip ties, low-lying trellises, or steel wire. Cheap metal fencing and chicken. Page 214. Accelerated growth mode. Use a combination of FIM methods and supercropping. Plants are started from seed, allowed to grow to a height of 18 inches, and promptly FIM-D. After the FIM treatment, the plants are allowed to recover to a height of about 30 inches. When the new growth has thickened up a bit, I bend that sucker down into a 12-inch tall, supercrop-style bush. Bending like this normally breaks many branches and stems, because I am trying to steer them in directions that they have no desire to go. The plant revives without so much as a wilted leaf. What I know is that my plants have never been damaged by supercropping. I have had plants that I bend and snap to what I believe will be certain death. Days later, they have straightened out completely, growing at a highly accelerated rate. Other branches stay bent, with multiple new branches and budding sites shooting up through the canopy. Then the side shoots seem to get a burst of energy, and start trying to catch up to the rest of the plant. It gets very hard to keep a large plant under control, and by harvest time, it gets interesting, very interesting. Make sure to bring your camera before harvest. Outdoor screen of green OSCROG. The outdoor screen of green OSCROG method is used when height and light exposure versus camouflage are a consideration. This method should be considered a high-stress treatment, with about 1 week's recovery time if the plant's branches are heavily crimped. A screen trellis is attached to supports, at the desired height above the plants. As the branches grow up into the trellis, they are tied off horizontally using zip ties not too tight, or are simply tucked under the netting and allowed to grow up again. The idea here is to train the new growth into a horizontal growth pattern, allowing the plant to bush out, while keeping the plant canopy at an even level. The plant is kept low to the ground so that it does not look like the typical marijuana plant. The OSCROG method allows full sunlight penetration into the interior of the growing plants, leading to consistently high yields. One could also do a vertical OSCROG, using the chain link fence that runs along the southern exposure of your backyard, your garden, or any other available property. Add amendments to the soil, and retotil them into the ground along the front of your chain link fence. Plant cuttings. 2 plants per 10-foot fence panel. As the plants grow vertically, trim, chop, top, FIM, or supercrop them. Once the new growing shoots start growing at a rapid pace, and the plant starts to spread out and get bushy, start weaving the branches through the holes in the chain link fence. Spread each plant out vertically, as well as horizontally, along the plane of the front of the fence. Once the top of the fence is reached, start tying off the top growing shoots along the top rail of the fence. Keep tying the top down for as long as it continues to grow. Make sure that you also tie down after the budding stretch occurs. A fence trellis like this makes it hard to spot your plants. Viewed at a distance of 20 feet, the plants are virtually undetectable. Page 219, Chapter 21, Weather damage. Weather repairs very important to watch for at harvest time. Outdoor crops can get hit really hard with mold, so the guerrilla grower must be vigilant and aware of the weather conditions at all times. When checking on your flowering plants, keep a careful eye on the small leaves that protrude from the interior of the buds. The first signs of mold growth are when the tiny, interior bud leaves die off and turn brown, or take on a wilted, yellowish-green color. Grab hold of one of these small leaves and pull on it. If the leaf pulls out very easily, and the end of the stem is slimy and gooey, this means some strain of mold has taken up residence inside your buds. If this is the case, the grower will have to take action fast to save that plant. The plant must be harvested immediately, taking care not to touch the other plants. If other plants are touched, they will also become infected, and the mold will spread like wildfire, especially if the weather conditions are right for mold. Rule number 1 is, never touch any other plants once you have touched a plant that has active mold growth. The mold will spread from your hands to each and every bud that you touch. The smart guerrilla grower carries a tube of hand sanitizer in his/her pocket when conditions are right for mold growth. Cold, humid days, with little air movement to provide your plants with some ventilation, provide the perfect conditions for mold to grow. If your plants are close to finishing up, you might consider harvesting infected buds early, because the mold will overrun them in just a few days. The only way to combat this gray or white, fibrous fungus growth, is to cut it out, drying the remaining material quickly in order to cut off the supply of water to the fungus. In order to prevent mold on my swamp buds, I spray my plants down with a solution of 2 tablespoons powdered sulfur fungicide, mixed with 1 gallon of water. The sulfur spray changes the pH of the leaf and stem surfaces, preventing mold spores from germinating. I carry in a 1-gallon pump sprayer, and use it to give the plants a good soaking, covering all surfaces, top and bottom, just before flowering starts. I spray them down a second time, about 3 weeks later, once the budlets start to form. The sulfur spray is not used again, unless it is needed. If any mold is spotted, the entire garden is sprayed down again. The sulfur spray that I use is a micronized dust called sulfur plant fungicide, manufactured by Benide, www.benide.com. This powder, page 228. I now have much less yield to look forward to, since my largest plant was still small due to a lack of full sunlight. Question: will the plant now focus more effort and energy to the remaining tops, growing them to a larger size, perhaps even improving my final yield? Welcome to the crazy world of outdoor growing, and the endless saga of crap that can go wrong. Over my 20 years of growing, have had so many heavy branches torn off of the plant by high winds that it makes me want to cry. The successful grower can be lazy, and must keep a constant eye on the weather reports. If high winds are expected during flowering, the grower has to get out in the field to tie up, and reinforce, all those valuable buds. Fall winds, and storms, can really take their toll. In my case I use 14-gauge wire to tie off, and support, all of long branches. I tie the plants throughout the growing season. By the time fall rolls around, most of my plants have 2 to 3 support wires coming off of every branch, going in every direction. Support wires are tied off to branches, bushes, and shrubs. The support wires are tied off to a point that is higher than the end of the branch in question, taking weight and stress off of the area where the branch and the main stem meet, allowing the plant to channel her energy. Enter flower production. Yes, Your little lady will continue to produce, even though she's been ravaged by the elements. If it is still early in the flowering season, try to cut back the surrounding brush to allow more sunlight into the garden. With additional sunlight available, the rest of the buds should really start to fill out. This could more than make up for the loss of the main bud. Cannabis is a weed, a very tough plant. Things that kill other plants cause cannabis to flourish. You have learned a good lesson here about respecting Mother Nature and the elements. First-hand experience is much more beneficial than sitting back and reading what others have experienced. You are making it happen. The experience that you gained will reap you tremendous rewards next season. She might have responded to a splint and a breathable plastic band-aid fix. Those will sometimes take 3 or 4 days before there are signs of recovery. If conditions are ripe for mold mildew growth, mold can start growing in a damaged bud very quickly. Vo did the right thing. The brave guerrilla grower must learn not to cry over spilled milk. Nature can be very unforgiving. Forget about your loss, but always retain the memory of what happened this year, cultivating with this lesson in mind. Wind blocks and sturdy supports are vital in the wild. My gardens have wire networks, resembling spider webs, attached to the surrounding tree branches. They bend in the wind, while still providing much needed support to my stems, branches, and colas. The wires are added throughout the vegetative season, as the plants grow. Branches are tied off about every 12 inches to a support. This means that a 4-foot-long branch will have 4 support wires tied to it. Since the branches are well supported, the resulting flowers grow to a huge size, and I do not have to worry during high winds or thunderstorms. I know that my buds are safe. Keep pushing. Vo are well on your way to becoming a wise, old, outdoor herb farmer. Page 232 Chapter 22 Know thine opponent. Domestic Cannabis Eradication Suppression Program DCE-SP, for police and surveillance purposes. The marijuana growing season generally runs from the end of April through to the end of October. Marijuana is the most widely used and readily available drug in the United States, and it is the only major drug of abuse grown within our borders. The D is aggressively striving to halt the spread of marijuana cultivation in the United States. In order to accomplish this goal, the D initiated the Domestic Cannabis Eradication and Suppression Program DCE-SP, the only nationwide anti-drug program that exclusively targets marijuana. The DCE-SP began in 1979, funding eradication programs in Hawaii and California. By 1982, the program had rapidly expanded to include programs in 25 states. The program expanded to all 50 states by 1985. Year 2006, the D continues to improve the effectiveness of its marijuana eradication efforts, spending $13 million supporting the 96 state and local agencies that are now active DCE-SP participants. This additional funding allows the enhancement of the already aggressive eradication enforcement activities. In 2006, the DCE-SP was responsible for the eradication of 3,913,083 cultivated outdoor plants, and 197,208 indoor plants. In addition, 10,192 arrests were made, and 3,345 weapons seized. These successes can be directly attributed to the sharing of intelligence, technology, and manpower by the participating agencies. These cooperative efforts have curbed the availability of domestically grown marijuana, causing outdoor cultivators to abandon large, outdoor plots. Marijuana growers are now using sophisticated outdoor, guerrilla, growing techniques, such as computerized irrigation, timers, water lines, water pumps, water tanks and solar panels. Page 236a. The growers have gone to smaller, better camouflaged gardens. Last year's average garden was 57 plants, but many of them are much smaller than that. Last year we found and destroyed 3,700 plots. The growers scatter them out over the countryside, and are careful not to leave visible trails. Much of Daniel Boone Forest consists of extremely thick forest and undergrowth. How do you detect these small, well-camouflaged gardens amongst the extremely dense vegetation? We use National Guard supplied 058 choppers. They are smaller and easier to maneuver. We utilize single-engine airplanes, flying a grid pattern over the counties in question, to spot gardens from the air. Eradication season starts June 15 and ends September 30. During the eradication season, we are flying on a daily schedule, covering as much ground as possible in the few months that we have to fly. We put 2 or 3 spotters on each surveillance plane. One spotter is a very experienced, trained officer. He acts as a trainer for the other 2 untrained spotters. After a short time, they develop a good eye for the plant colors and leaf patterns. Q. Do you feel like you're getting a significant handle on the problem? Overall, I feel like we are making a dent in things. But we do need more manpower for investigation, and much more equipment. Some say it's the moonshiners, and their kin of yesteryear, who have traded in their illegal liquor sales for more profitable marijuana. While the product might have changed, the cat and mouse game between growers and law enforcement officials can still get personal. I've been told I'm taking Christmas away from the kids, food from the kids. I've heard it all. Homeland defense, fighting the homeland drug wars mandated by Congress, specially created National Guard helicopter units, are now supporting federal, state, and local law enforcement agencies in the war against marijuana growing. RAID, or Reconnaissance and Aerial Interdiction Detachments, consist of Army National Guard aviation units, stationed in 32 states. They serve as a force multiplier element for those law enforcement agencies, as well as D. RAID consists of 116 058 specially modified A+ helicopters to assume the reconnaissance, interdiction, and eradication roles in the fight against illegal drugs. RAID units are a part of each state's National Guard aviation assets, but they are funded through the Department of Defense. RAID personnel are full-time, National Guard pilots, and mechanics, but are paid by the federal government. Page 239 Chapter 23 Airplanes Helicopters Satellites Surveillance Lamb growing in a very secluded location that is completely fenced in, with large, trespassing prohibited, signs posted everywhere. The signs have been in place for years, and the property is very secure, so I'm not afraid of anyone stumbling upon my plants at ground level. I do worry a bit about those damn spotter planes and helicopters because I do not have a full knowledge of the true cannabis detection capabilities. I.e., can they see my gardens from 1500 feet up, using computer technology and high-tech scanners, sensors? What size Guerilla garden can be seen from the air? What is the latest technology available to law enforcement for cannabis detection? Can anyone offer up some advice on making a Guerilla garden invisible to air surveillance? My favorite strain flowers a deep purple color. I am afraid that the color will cause them to stand out even more. Comments. The most important aspect of camouflaging your Guerilla grow has nothing to do with your marijuana plants. Your highly camouflaged cannabis patch will be spotted from the air quite easily if you beat down the brush, and leave a trail leading directly to the grow. Trails that are created in the winter and springtime period must be abandoned, and allowed to grow back, once the weather gets warm. These trails are the ones used to haul in soil and water to the site, so they get beaten down badly, becoming very visible from the air. The plus side is that there is no one flying around, looking for Guerilla gardens in the late winter, early spring. Once the weather gets warm, carefully blaze a new trail to your garden, being careful to flatten as little vegetation as possible. This is a lot harder than it sounds. Do not let your plants grow to the classic Christmas tree shape. This shape makes them easy to recognize from the air. My plants are topped, then tied down several times before flowering, so that they end up as low, wide bushes. Never plant in groups larger than 4, maybe 5, and never plant them in rows. Cultivated rows stand out from the air like a billboard. Scatter the plants around in many, small patches. A healthy, dense crop of green cover, below the bent-over plant, makes it harder to spot from page 242. Thermal detectors work best when they are employed to detect the specific, thermal emission of the marijuana plants, set against a homogeneous background, such as that found in a cornfield environment. When the cornfield background is all one color, It is easy for the thermal technician to calibrate the desired contrast with the emissions of the marijuana plants. The plants appear totally out of place when viewed against the calibrated background frequency. When the thermal detectors venture deeper into the woods, the background emissions are very irregular. The small contrast in emissions between the forest vegetation and a small area of marijuana plants is virtually undetectable. The next logical step is to send the thermal detector output through a digital signal processor, which would automatically sample and differentiate between the varying contrasts of the many different plants being scanned. That is for the future though, and quite expensive. Forget about the cameras detecting your plants, the thermal detectors will detect you. It is important to remember that a thermal detection camera will detect your own thermal emissions, especially at night, and during periods of cool temperatures. The guerrilla grower can hide his heat signature by covering his body completely with a mylar blanket, also called NASA reflective blankets. Very thick foliage also hides your heat signature very efficiently. That is the real danger about thermal cams. They have ability to light up any heat generating activities that you are performing at your grow site, especially after dark. An airborne mounted thermal detector would easily spot the heat given off by the gardener, by his pumps, and by any vehicles ATVs parked in close proximity to the guerrilla garden, from a very high altitude. The airplane or chopper can then radio the shock troops to come in and investigate, and intercept, the suspicious activity. The detectors are so sensitive, they may detect the residual heat left by taking a piss around your plants. When you tend your garden, especially at night, make it quick. The smart guerrilla grower will not hang around at his garden site, smoking an illegal joint and drinking alcohol. That is just plain stupid. The thermal detectors see the cherry on that joint as a glowing, white splotch, on their detector screen. Get your gardening done and get the heck out of there. ASAP. Do not kid yourself by pretending that law enforcement is only looking for commercial-sized outdoor growers. Large growers are easier to spot, so the large grows are usually the ones that get staked out and busted. Cultivating ANV amount of plants outdoors can put you at risk. What kind of risk is dependent upon the state, or the country, in which you reside. In many states, growing any amount is a felony. In some states, gardens can contain 4 plants and still be a misdemeanor. I reside in Illinois, and here, felony charges start at 5 plants. This means that your plants per plot is the maximum that I would ever plant. Get mobile with your crop. Got an old pickup truck lying around the property gathering rust. If the engine runs and you can move it a short distance, plant the entire crop in the bed of the iRook. A pickup bed, with a plastic bed liner, will hold about 18 inches of mix, room for 6 to 8 plants, even more if you plant 20 plants at the end of the vegetative season, late July or so. The truck can be parked in an area where it will receive full sunlight, and the truck can be moved. Page 245. Equipment here and there. But that is not the end of it. Military-grade equipment is technical and difficult to operate, so the operator must be trained in the proper usage of this equipment. The equipment must be recalibrated after every flight. The equipment is very sensitive, and it takes a beating with every flight, including wind, rain, vibrations. A certified technician is needed to recalibrate the equipment on a regular basis. If the detectors are not maintained properly, their performance degrades markedly. FLIR is a great technology, when used for what it was developed for, but is not very effective for finding a few plants in the wild. Do not get me wrong, it is possible to employ FLIR to find a very limited number of gardens, looking for thermal signatures out in the woods where there should be none. Some of these thermal hits may be gardens, most will not. People have been dumping junk in the woods for years. The manpower required to simply check out these sites is just not there. Perhaps it is different on the big islands, but here in the Northeast, if one see one chopper a month, that counts as a lot. When I do see a chopper, it is usually flying so fast that they have little chance of spotting anything on the ground. Later, pot has now become the #1 cash crop upstate, and the state troopers are well aware of it. They are on the lookout for growers that plant in large patches, usually 20 or more. A large garden is very easy to locate from the air. FLIR tech is good, but for spotting small gardens, with less than 5 plants growing, the Guerilla grower has no worry at all. Remember, items like reservoirs, water lines, boxes of equipment, backpacks filled with supplies, all can be spotted by FLIR. Mylar blankets shield these items from the thermal scanner. Place an additional layer of brush and leaves over the top of the blanket. The NY State Troopers, hardcore but understaffed and underfunded, do not have the equipment, or the capabilities, of the military. Remember, FLIR is designed to find lost kids in the woods, or to spot fleeing criminals hiding in the bushes. I'm very familiar with this technology, and my opinion is this: most of what they tell the public about marijuana gardens and FLIR detectors are exaggerated stories, designed to promote paranoia in the prospective grower. Marijuana detection satellite Canadian authorities teamed up in August 2005. Their mission: test out an experimental approach at detecting marijuana gardens in the wild. Special mapping techniques were applied to photographs taken by the Iconos high-resolution satellite, in order to determine the location of probable marijuana crops. 4 sample sites, located in the southern interior of British Columbia, were chosen. After analyzing the high-resolution satellite photos, it was determined that marijuana plants could be spotted, but that the percentage of false hits put the marijuana detection efficiency of this system at about 2%. It was found that the photo analysis techniques applied could not efficiently differentiate between surrounding wetlands and any gardens located therein. The police do not have the manpower to check out every one of these so-called hits, so the technology was deemed a failure. RCMP has gone back to relying on traditional methods of marijuana detection. Quote from RCMP: "The space-based method is more suited to page 252 chapter 24 security devices, cameras, detectors etc. Cellular telephones dangerous. Yes. But not because they distract drivers and cause brain cancer. Police can easily use your cellular phone as tracking device. A simple ping from the surrounding cell towers, and your location is immediately known, logged into a database for reference at a later date. A cell phone can also be programmed remotely to work in reverse, that is, they can listen to your conversations using your cell phone as the bug. This can be done whether or not the phone's power is switched on. The phone bug can be actuated by a law enforcement technician, using software that is already factory installed as part of your phone. A grower named Tony, now facing a multi-count indictment in the US, says that cell phones should not be used, or even carried, by people involved in the marijuana business. Remove the batteries from your cell phone during all business conversations, or whenever you are at a location that you do not want known, such as a grow house, a guerrilla garden, or even the garden supply store. The GPS software on modern cell phones is very accurate. If they wanted to, they could likely trace your position to within 25 feet of your guerrilla garden. From there, a quick flyover will confirm the existence of your guerrilla garden. I carry my cell phone with me when gardening, but I remove the battery before leaving my home, and I leave it out unless I have to make an emergency call. GPS or no GPS, you do not want your ringtone blaring through the woods when you are tending your garden. Those things carry a long distance through the woods. Hey guys, love it. All the liberals told us that G.W. Bush wanted to track us all, but now we find out the real truth. The liberals who are tracking your every move, and logging your locations into databases, are Apple Computer and Google. These left-wing wackos are following your every move through your cell phone GPS software. And you are paying these hypocrites for the privilege of being tracked. Steve Jobs and Apple would gladly sell your database info to the government in order to increase their quarterly profits. And you were worried about GW knowing what books Vo checked out of the library. Lol, by the way, not a single library record has ever been accessed, but Obama wants to know where you are at page 257. Price for the smaller police departments to purchase. Tip: I am in the HVAC biz, and I have my own pretty expensive thermal infrared scanner. The scanner is for business use, but I use it to check out my grows. Jealous. You can have the same capability by renting a thermal scanner from a good tool rental company. These things are used by electricians, HVAC techs, fire inspectors, etc. Go ahead and try it yourself, pointing it towards your own house, verifying that there are no thermal emissions coming from your grow room. Walk around the entire house, making sure that there are no hot spots that the man, or even worse, thieves, could spot from the street using their own scanners. Even outdoor growers need to use an indoor grow room for mother plants, rooting cuttings, starting seeds, just food for thought, and yet another added layer of security for your indoor-outdoor gardening chores. September means that all of us have to be super careful. By this, I mean that we have to keep up our security measures all the way through to harvest day. Fall, harvest season, is the most vulnerable time for your plants, and possibly also yourself. Your plants will be very visible once all of the lush growth around them has died off. They stick out like a sore thumb because they remain green. Take full advantage of a full moon, using the low light situation to move around at night. Approach your grow areas slowly, on your hands and knees, if possible. Listen intently every minute for anything out of the ordinary. Stop completely, about 50 feet from your grow, sit in the bushes, listening and observing, concentrate for a good 10 minutes. Bring a pair of mini binoculars to check things out, and even one of those long-range, listening devices, used to check out the wildlife sounds. This is a good time to start scanning the area using your laser camera spotting device, and checking out your radio frequency detector for radio transmissions. Look around very carefully, you do not want to be caught on hidden cop cam. The laser camera spotters work best in low light conditions, like before dawn and after dusk. Post-harvest necessities: the feds are charging me with 100 plus plants. The state police came in, and they found nothing. All of the plants had been chopped down, except for 10 moms. The feds then came onto the case, saying they had evidence of more than 100 plants being cultivated. Remember, 100 plants trigger the federal statutes. All the feds found were old root balls, and some stalks, a total count of 112 to be exact. They also found around a pound of dried herb, along with a bunch of my hunting guns. The state charged me with the manufacture of less than 10 pounds, along with a charge of simultaneous possession of firearms, at least until the federales hand down their indictment. My research reveals that plants are defined as having leaves and roots. Can they really charge me with only root balls as evidence? My lawyer says we have to wait and see what they really have. It is still very early in the case. It doesn't matter which state you are in. This is about the federal DA building his reputation, the asset forfeiture laws, and you rolling over on someone you know, as a confidential informant. If page 271 chapter 25 flushing finishing taste flushing is simply the act of overwatering, a large volume of water absorbs the excess fertilizer salts in the soil, and carries them away from the roots as it drains off. The intended purpose is to get rid of excess fertilizer salts in the soil mix, forcing the plant to burn up fertilizer residues that are trapped in the plant tissue. Flushing can only be done in a soil that has good drainage, because the water must run off, carrying the bad chemicals away with it. Since flushing leaches the soil of nutrients, additional organic amendments will have to be added back to the garden after harvest. Flushing leaches the soil of desired nutrients, so plan on replenishing your garden with organic nutrients following your harvest. The main target of flushing is excess nitrogen, which is stored during the growing season in the plant tissues. Residual nitrogen results in harsh smoking, metallic-tasting buds. Cannabis flowers that contain large amounts of salt will also burn very poorly when rolled into a cigarette. This is the reason that guerrilla growers hate to use chemicals, except when absolutely necessary. It is very hard to flush the soil at a large, wilderness guerrilla garden. There is usually not enough water available to do the job. If the grower gets lucky, heavy rains will come about 5 weeks before the buds are harvested, performing a natural flushing of the soil. Novice growers, using high-powered chemical fertilizers, often burn their plants badly by over-application. They believe that the more fertilizer applied, the bigger the plants, and the heavier the final yield. Repeated, over-applications of chemical fertilizers will burn, stunt, and discolor plants. If chemicals must be used, never go stronger than half strength. Any stronger than that and excess salts begin to accumulate in the soil and plant tissues. When chemicals are overused to the point where the soil pH is modified, and the roots of the plant are burned, the soil must be immediately flushed with a large volume of fresh water. The water carries the salts away from the root zone. Chemicals never have to be applied, as long as the grower prepares a quality, organic-based soil to begin with. The smoke has a much better taste when organics are used. Be careful, it will take a lot of water to successfully flush out a grow hole and save your plants, once it has been over-fertilized. Page 274. Smell exotic, taste and smoke are excellent, and they are far stickier than the same stock when untreated. It gives the surface of the bud a really greasy look also. Most reports, from my friends and clients, indicate a happier, gigglier high than the untreated buds provide. Is this just the power of suggestion coming into play, or could it be very possible to modify the smoke in this manner? The whiskey soak is to flavor the smoke, same as soaking the end of a cigar in brandy, resulting in a flavored smoke. The buds are not submerged, that would result in a sticky mess. They are left to stand, on end, in the whiskey, like a cut flower in a vase full of water, only the stem gets wet. The whiskey does influence the final taste and smell of the bud material. I understand that everyone wants to concentrate on genetics, but if a naturally skinny person can inject hormones, steroids, and add extra weight and muscle, then why could there not be a similar situation in plants? Analyze the situation. If sap is extracted from the cannabis plant, and analyzed, what would that sap consist of? Hormones, auxins, amino acids, etc., but there must be some form of very simple chemical energy that exists, in the form of sugar. Plants create carbohydrates, that is biology 101. These sugars, known as bricks, are manufactured using photosynthesis. The bricks is shipped out to all parts of the plant, feeding it. Most bio-additives contain about 6% sugar. Why would the pros add them if they made no difference? I am going to run some trials and see how this works out. If you are flushing, using flavoring agents, make sure that you use natural flavorings. Do not use extracts containing alcohol, as most extracts do. Check with herbal, health food stores. I use an alcohol-free, vanilla flavoring, and the buds always taste great. I use 1 teaspoon extract per gallon of water. Last year, I juiced a couple of pints of blueberries, then rinsed my garden using 1 tablespoon extract per gallon of flush water. Those buds turned out very tasty. If you use a drip system like I do, make sure that you flush the emitters with clean water after every flushing cycle. This is to avoid gooping up your drip emitter heads. We do the same thing to our outdoor gardens, but we use special grape juice. At the end of every summer, we drive into Michigan, and we buy the highest bricks content, sweetest grapes that we can find. Grape growers there grow small-scale crops, especially suited for home winemakers. We haul back 10 full bushels of these special grapes every year, just before harvest. Using a wine press, we squeeze the juice out of the grapes, then bottle it in 1-gallon wine bottles. Keep it good for up to 3 weeks by refrigerating it. Freeze it if you want to keep it for a longer period of time. Add 3 cups of juice to each gallon of flush water. When you water with this stuff outdoors, always water with a gallon or 2 of plain water, with a wetting agent added, in order to pre-wet the soil. Wet soil more easily absorbs your grape juice flush, instead of wasting it to run off. Water slowly and deliberately, allowing time between soakings for the flush water to soak deep down into the soil. You need to add citric acid to your simple sugar flushing solution. The citric acid acts as a catalyst, promoting the chemical reactions that allow the plant to break the sugars down into page 279 chapter 26 Frosts and freezing. Just spotted something that seemed very interesting in an organic gardening catalog, maybe a way to grow later maturing weed farther north. The stuff is called Frost Shield Plant Protectant. It is described as a micro-thin, protein propolymer that forms a permeable, protective coating on plants, trees, vines, and fruit. The coating helps to hold the internal temperature of the plant above the freezing point, in the event of a hard frost. It generally protects crops down to 25 to 28 degrees F. The shield should be applied the day before an expected frost, and becomes effective as soon as it is dry. After it dries, that single application will last through 10 inches of rainfall. Frost Shield is approved for a wide range of vegetables, trees, berries, and fruits. Price is about $25 a gallon. At a usage rate of about 3 to 4 tablespoons per gallon, a 1-gallon bottle should last for quite a few seasons. Frost protection tip: foliar feed. Spray your plants weekly with kelp extracts, like Maxicrop, for approximately 30 days before the first expected frost. Foliar feeding the plant with kelp extract increases the internal mineral content of the leaves. The high mineral content actually displaces moisture in the leaf cells. It is this reduction in moisture content that keeps the cells from bursting open, even if the temperature drops below freezing. I'm at 40 degrees north, Indianapolis. Most years, at least some of my Sativa X indica crosses are in the ground through a few heavy frosts. Have never actually lost a plant to freezing, but I have had some leaves, and even the tips of the buds, get burnt by the cold. The leaves shrivel up and die, but I just cut them off and discard them. A few years ago, we had a very early cold snap blast through, during the first week of October. For 3 nights in a row, the temperature dropped to 30 degrees. During the day, the temperatures climbed into the high 40s, with some bright, direct sunlight. One short, bushy, sativa plant had some leaf burn, but that was the only damage noticed. The cold did slow them down for a few days, and it also caused all of the white pistils on the buds to turn brown and shrivel. I harvested about 3 weeks later, but never noticed any harshness in the smoke. Let the 80% sativus flower for another few weeks, and they recovered and turned out to be great. If the weather report calls for a killing frost, my normal procedure is to go out to the plants that evening to determine which plants are ready to be. Page 281, Chapter 27. Harvest timing. Always grow a couple of your cuttings in close proximity to your home location, whether in containers, or in a garden dug in the ground. These volunteer plants are used by the guerrilla grower to check the ripeness of the strain. By watching the volunteer plants, the guerrilla grower can time the harvest perfectly, and also avoids multiple visits to the main garden to check for ripeness. Bud samples can be taken from the volunteers, dried, and sampled to judge for quality. Start taking samples about 2 weeks before the anticipated harvest date. Along with the smoke samples, the trichomes should be viewed on a daily basis, examining them for color and clarity. Grow the test plants in the same kind of soil, using the same fertilizers as the plants in your main gardens. Give them the same amount of sunlight that the plants in the main gardens receive. This assures that the flowers in both gardens develop at the same pace. In the past, cannabis growers simply looked at the color of the pistils, in order to determine when it was time to harvest. Back in the day, the flowers were considered to be ripening when the white pistils started to turn an orange color. As the pistils turned orange, and the false seed pods started to expand, the buds were sampled, quick-dried and smoked, in an effort to determine the best time to harvest. Most buds were harvested when at least 50% of the pistils had turned from white to orange-brown, and were shriveling up and receding back into the false seed pod below. Other farmers timed their harvest by monitoring the color of the leaves. The large fan leaves start to yellow as the buds start their stretch, and start to die and shrivel as the flowering plant uses up what nitrogen is left in the soil. In an outdoor setting, these leaves will start to fall off the plant as the flowers develop further. Once the large leaves were gone, the growers watched as the small, either single or tri-bladed, interior bud leaves changed colors. A mature plant was judged by the purple-orange content of these small leaves. As the leaves turned from purple to orange, on a plant where at least 50% of the pistils had turned color, it was time to chop the crop. The grower who waited for the small bud leaves to start to yellow usually harvested an overripe product that was more of a sleeper weed. When I grew guerrilla style, Back in the 80%, I harvested my plants based on the Sparkle and page 284 successful harvest. Guerrilla growers, who visit the gardens daily to check for optimum harvest conditions, are sacrificing security, but it must be done, at least the first year that the strain is grown. Nothing wrong with testing the quality of your plants as they go through flowering mode, but the grower must realize that immature buds hold little in the way of a quality taste, or high. A plant that has only been flowering for 30 days still has a long way to go before the majority of the resin glands are formed. I recommend not doing any testing until most of the clear trichomes have formed, usually about the time that 10% of the pistils have turned reddish-brown. Unfortunately, you will have to do a quick dry on your test buds. You do not have the time to hang, dry, and cure these testers. My favorite method is to leave the bud in the bright sun, or under a warm lamp, for a full day. Flip the bud and give it another day's worth of sun, lamp drying. The rest of the drying is done using a microwave oven, set at about 60% power. Make sure that the oven has a rotating tray so that the bud does not burn up on you. Give it about 60 seconds the first shot, and then let it sit in the refrigerator overnight. The next morning give it another 60 seconds and then crumble it, or cut it up. If it is not yet dry enough to smoke, give the crumbled bud another 30 seconds on 70% power. Using this 2-day drying method, some of the chlorophyll contained within the bud will be broken down, but the smoke will still be pretty harsh. Remember, you are not worried about the taste at this time, just the effects of the smoke. Best smoked in a bong, using a metal, one-hitter bowl and a propane torch. The torch is used to assure 100% combustion of the bud, works a lot better than a disposable lighter. Hold your hit for a good 60 seconds, and then sit back for 10 minutes to experience the effect, before smoking a second hitter. I usually do 2 hits, and then rate the quality 10 minutes. After the second hit, hey dudes, use my Volcano vaporizer to test the high of my plants. Still dry the bud in the microwave until it gets a bit crunchy, and then into the grinder she goes. Never any harshness, I just get her hot enough to start giving off a bit of vapor, and then take 3 large hits off of the bag. The results are recorded in my journal, so that the peak harvest date can be determined for the next time I grow this strain. Always remember, and this is very important, the males will usually all show first, and they will already be dropping a small amount of pollen when the first female pistils start to show. If the guerrilla gardener is growing a garden filled with unsexed seedlings, that garden will have to be checked for male flowers, at least twice a week, until each and every plant in the garden has shown confirmed flowers. I cannot tell you how many times I have assumed a plant to be a female, based on a small bit of undefined growth that looked to me like a pistil, or the start of a pistil, which then went on to develop into staminate flowers. Needless to say, those gardens were completely seeded. It is usually a single, holdout plant, which refuses to show sex, even when all of the other plants in the garden revealed theirs 2 weeks earlier. The hopeful, guerrilla grower simply assumes that the plant is a female, because, after all, the male's plants are supposed to page 287 chapter 28 yields when you transplant your plants to their final home, whether a grow bag, or a hole dug into the ground, the larger the better. Weedors, a 15-gallon grow bag gives you a very high-yielding plant, but a 30-gallon bag will more than double the yield of the plant grown in the 15-gallon bag. This is all due to the extra soil volume. As long as the larger bag receives an equivalent amount of watering, the yields will increase immensely. If the height of your plants is a concern, stick with the 10 or 15-gallon sized bag. The guerrilla grower can still use the larger bag if the plants are topped, or tied down somehow, so that the shape of the plant is modified. I have grown some very large hedges, using 30-gallon smart pots. RCMP Outdoor Mix from Mark Emery Seeds, date is July 1st. Me and my partners planted 15 plants outside today, location, Thunder Bay, Ontario. The plants were acclimated before being transplanted. We assume that 7 of them are females. The containers are 7-gallon, plastic pots, filled with a peat-based grow mix. We fertilize them with Peters 202020 plus micronutrients during vegetative stage, and Schultz's 5305 with chelated iron, zinc, and manganese during flowering. Our best estimates are between 3/4 pound and 1 pound per plant. We are looking for opinions here. What do you people think we can expect in the way of final yield? No exact figures, just some educated guesses from some of the people out there that have experience growing with this type of setup. The plants are on their 4th sets of leaves, and are looking very green and healthy. Estimated harvest time, obtained from Emory website, should be September 20th approximately 25. Thanks for any help. Your final yield is going to depend heavily upon where you plant. Do your plants get at least 8 hours of direct sunlight per day? If not, subtract 25% of your calculated final yield. Are you able to water the plants at least once a week, so that the soil will stay constantly moist? If not, subtract another 25% from your estimated final yield. You are fertilizing 7-gallon containers with chemicals. Will you be able to leach the residual fertilizer salts out of the grow mix every 3 weeks? This involves flushing 30 gallons of fresh water through each of your pots. Let's see, 7 females at 30 gallons of flush water apiece. That adds up to more than 200 gallons of fresh water every 3 weeks. If you are using chemical fertilizers, in an enclosed page 290 buds per gallon of grow mix in the container. This rule cannot really be taken into account until the growing container is at least 5 gallons in size. Smaller growing containers generally lead to root-bound plants and stunted growth. A full-season plant, grown in a 1 or 2 gallon pot, is usually small and deformed with a very low final yield, usually on the order of grams per plant. A small container dries out much faster in hot weather, making daily watering a necessity. Make no mistake though, a master gardener, growing cannabis in a 1-gallon pot, may be able to obtain a 1-ounce yield, but the container will have to be leached with water often, fertilized with pH-adjusted irrigation water, and fertilized with high-quality nutrients. The 1 ounce per gallon rule starts to ring true once the container size is larger than 5 gallons, the larger the better. In a larger container, the roots now have more room to grow and spread, the grow mix holds more water and stays constantly moist, and the larger container does not have to be leached more than once or twice in the entire grow season, usually just before flowering starts. This is for all of you first-time guerrilla growers, expecting to harvest 5 pounds of buds from jive plants your first year of guerrilla growing. Until you gain some experience with your local soil conditions, pH levels, water quality at your grow site, etc., throw away any preconceived notions about growing a pound or 2 per plant. If you have no experience growing in the conditions that exist in your garden area, take your initial yield estimate and divide it in half. Divide the resulting figure in half again. This will give a better idea of what your actual yields will be. It is usually going to take 2 to 3 years' time for a newly prepared guerrilla garden to cook down into a biologically active, nutritious soil. If the pH of your soil is off, added lime or other soil adjustment amendments will also take a couple of years to fully affect and stabilize the pH of your grow medium. Just don't get your hopes up the first year. Keep working and improving your soil year after year, adding an additional guerrilla garden site each year. At the end of 5 years' time, you will have a high-producing gardening network capable of producing the kind of enormous yields that you only dreamed about back in year number 1. Patience and time, grasshopper, patience and time. Just the opposite when growing in high spots, located in wetland and swampy areas, or actually installing swamp tubes in standing swamp water. Expect huge plants and an absolutely huge harvest yield. The soil in these areas always stays moist, so the plants grow like crazy. Be prepared. If you are switching from a hand-watered gardening plot in the woods to an auto-watered swamp site, your plants will have to be tied down, bent over, or topped. They will grow at such a rapid rate that they will quickly outgrow the surrounding native vegetation. The new swamp grower will also want to ensure that he/she has adequate room to hang and dry the large amount of buds that will be harvested. Even though they have all of the water that they need, large, fast-growing plants will also require large amounts of N and K during vegetative growth. Page 294, Chapter 29, Curing Techniques. Curing is the most critical step of the harvesting process. During the curing stage, the flowers can be enhanced, adding to their intrinsic value, or they can quickly be ruined if the curing is not done properly. In the curing stage, the Guerilla grower enhances the aroma, the flavor, and even the potency of the flowers. Uncured bud contains starches and carbohydrates. Curing initiates the breakdown of the starches and carbs into simple sugars. Breaking down the remaining chlorophyll removes the green, earthy taste from the buds. Residual starches are broken down into simple sugars, improving the taste, and giving the final product a mellow, sweet smoke on the exhale. Overexposure to light, heat, and air quickly dries out, and ruins high-quality bud. Care must be taken to limit exposure to these environmental factors during the curing process. Buds that are not destined to go through the curing process are dried until the medium-sized stems break with an audible snap. At this point, the flowers are ready to be packaged and stored. Since there is no extra moisture in the buds at this time, no real curing takes place in the storage container, even though the weed is stored in an environment that is conducive to curing, dry, cool, and light-free. Buds that are destined to go through the curing process are packaged into paper or plastic bags, while they still contain enough moisture to grow mold. The semi-moist buds are packed tightly together, then sealed in an airtight container. Since the buds are still full of moisture, they must be removed from the container, broken up, and mixed well, at least 3 times a day for the first 2 weeks of curing. The extra moisture in the flowers allows the growth of beneficial bacteria. It is the beneficial bacteria that break down the residual chlorophyll, thus removing the green coloration from the bud tissue. The bacteria also break down starches and carbs into simple sugars. Some people say curing also increases potency. This is partially true. THC molecules in an uncured bud are still paired with a molecule of water. The water content keeps the high effect of the limited. Fully removing this moisture will seem to make the weed more potent, but it is really just the deactivation of the H2O that yields the stronger high. There is no way to add potency to a harvested bud. There is an important distinction to be made between drying freshly harvested floral clusters, page 299, out, broken apart, and exposed to fresh air quickly. Mold must be dealt with immediately, because it grows like wildfire. The moist, low oxygen, high CO2 environment inside of the sealed baggy jar will promote mold growth at amazingly fast rates. This mold will quickly ruin your harvest. A bud is completely dried, cured, and ready for consumption when the large stem, in the middle of the bud, breaks with an audible snap when bent. It is at this stage of the processing that the product can safely be sealed and stored for an indefinite period of time. The longer the cure, the better the taste and the smoother the smoke. The fragrance and aroma of the final product becomes more and more appealing as time progresses. A longer cure does not increase the potency, but it makes the vegetative material smoke a lot smoother. For a small crop, a cupboard, with the door slightly ajar, works very well. Hang the buds upside down on a string, leaving the door open about 1/2 inch, allowing for some air exchange. When the buds are dry enough to start the cure, place them into a jar, leaving them there for an extended period. 3 to 4 weeks in the jar yields a smooth, sweet smoke. To end up with connoisseur-grade smoke, jar curing for a minimum of 6 months is required. The guerrilla grower who plans on expanding his growing operation and harvesting a much larger crop than ever before will have to plan ahead. If that grower is used to harvesting 1 or 2 pounds of bud every fall, and this year, suddenly, has to process 10 pounds plus of product, his available processing facilities will be stressed to the limit. My outdoor grows usually yielded me about 1.5 pounds per season. When I did my first 10-pound crop a couple of years ago, I suddenly realized that I did not have the room to hang, cut, process, dry, and cure all of the bud that I was about to haul in from the fields. Where before I had about 20 plants to hang and dry each fall, this year it was more than triple that amount. I had plants that were hanging, waiting for trimming, everywhere, in my basement, in my garage, and even hanging on a clothesline along the back of my house. This first, high-yield, beer, I had to do a quick dry, using fans to dry the buds on the stalk for about 3 days' time, hanging the entire plant on clotheslines. During the dry time, I took each plant down, trimming off the large fan leaves, and as many of the smaller leaves as time would allow. Removing a lot of the leaf material helps to speed drying time, allowing moisture to evaporate out of the cut ends. After 3 days, it was time to take the entire plant off of the drying line, and cut it up into individual buds, trimming those buds more carefully this time around. The individual buds are then placed into 1-gallon freezer bags, each one holds about a quarter pound. Since the buds are still semi-moist at this time, the bags must be dumped out, and refilled, at least twice a day for the first 3 days of the cure. Do not neglect this step. If the air is not exchanged in the bag, the buds will mold, ruining both the taste and smell of the final product. Page 303 Chapter 30 Pushing the plant. Pushing, adjusting all growing parameters to perfect conditions for the maximum rate of growth, enabling the cannabis plant to absorb the maximum amount of nutrients possible. The act of pushing a cannabis plant results in phenomenal rates of growth. Want to grow huge plants? Guerrilla growers who push their plants keep the soil constantly moist. Not overwatered or soggy, but at the perfect moisture content for cannabis to flourish. The moisture in the soil keeps nutrients in suspension, so that they are constantly available to the plant, almost like a hydroponic solution. Using these methods, 20-foot indica plants have been reported from Trinity County. During vegetative growth, cannabis consumes large amounts of nitrogen. Both phosphorus and potassium are also needed, but they take a backseat to the N needs of the plant at this stage of growth. In the first 3 or 4 weeks of the plant's life, use very small amounts of nitrogen, adding just enough to the irrigation water to keep the seedling green and growing vigorously. Adding small amounts of compost, or worm castings, to the grow mix, should be sufficient for the plant's first 2 weeks in full sunlight. If you are using chemicals on a seedling, it is best to keep the soil constantly moist. Be very careful, you can burn the seedlings badly using chemicals. The moisture in the soil buffers the chemicals, allowing them to be absorbed into the plant without doing damage. A dried out soil, watered with chemicals, will burn your plant's roots. Too much N at this stage also causes the stems to grow long and spindly. It is a good idea to use one plant as a guinea pig to test the strength of your fertilizer solution. Hit the test plant, and watch her for a few days. The leaves will burn within 36 hours if the solution is too strong. If everything looks okay, hit the rest of the plants with the same mix. Lead the young plants with nitrogen. This means give them enough N to keep them green and vigorous, but not enough to burn the leaves. Using this method, the guerrilla grower has to put up with some burn, developing a happy medium between green and burned leaves. Remember, this is a primer on pushing the plants to their absolute maximum potential. Page 305 Chapter 31 Multicropping, Small plants short-season multicropping, the art of harvesting 2, 3, and even 4 cannabis crops per outdoor season. Short-season crop, cuttings or seedlings, transplanted outside with 10 weeks, or less, until the harvest date of that strain. These are the techniques utilized by crafty guerrilla growers to produce up to 4 outdoor crops per season. The first outdoor crop of the year goes outside very early in the year, taking advantage of the short days of late winter, early spring. The plants are grown under 24-hour indoor lighting for 8 to 12 weeks prior to the anticipated outdoor transplant date. 3 weeks before the plants are to be put outdoors, the light cycle is cut back to a 12/12 schedule, inducing the plants to start the flowering cycle. This assures that the plants are heavily into flowering when they are placed outside. Minimum container size is at least 3 gallons, maximum container size of 5 gallons. The use of the larger container avoids having to transplant again when the plants are put outside. Since the plants need time to establish, transplanting can add another 2 weeks to the budding schedule. This will shoot your flowering schedule all to hell. The crop is placed outdoors as early in the year as possible. Your location will determine the exact date that they can be put outside safely. Southern growers place them out as early as the end of February, while northern growers would have to wait another 30 days or so. The plants may need some protection from nighttime temperatures, especially right after they are put outside. A plastic tent can be placed over the plants at night, or the containers can be moved into a garage or shed if it is going to be really cold. As time goes by, the plants ripen under the increasingly intense spring sunshine, usually with very good daytime weather conditions. The use of a quick flowering strain is recommended for this method, something that finishes in 30 days maximum. I have used Top 44 in the past, and it worked great. Finished in 45 days, allowing me to put the plants out almost a week later than I page 312 to show sex in about 10 days, finishing in 50 days. Yields are definitely smaller, but security will be vastly increased. I am located in northern Georgia. Last year, due to some family problems, I planted in late August, harvesting in early November. The indica plants ended up as 4-foot-tall Christmas trees, holding sticky, greasy, grape juice tasting buds. The plants yielded nearly a quarter pound of high quality, heavy indica smoke. July 18th, I start them now, transplanting 2 to 3 seedlings per 5-gallon bucket, and placing them outside. They are allowed to grow until they show sex. I usually end up with 2 females per container. At this point, your females should finish flowering in the next 8 to 12 weeks, depending upon the strain of cannabis being grown. Northern Indiana, I start plants about August 1st. The seeds are started in 5-gallon grow bags, and end up producing a couple of ounces per plant. The strains that I do this with are Skunk 1, NI1, NI2, NI5, and various combinations of these genetics. I get a decent yield with the short season, small plant method, because I use high quality, proven strains. In this situation, seeds from bag weed will not work very well. Spend some dollar and obtain a good strain from a seed bank. My 2-foot-tall plants, each yielding more than 2 ounces, are harvested October 15th approximately 30. The plants end up with a solid, 1.5-foot-long, main bud, along with a bunch of side buds. If it is possible in your location, move the plants around so that they receive full sun all day long. The more sun, the more buds. Seeds are sprouted mid-January, and grown indoors. The 45-day-old seedlings are transplanted into medium-sized containers outdoors. This is done in the late winter. The plants will have to be kept warm at night by covering them, or moving them indoors to a garage or a shed. Because of the short, spring days, a full indica will begin to flower immediately. You will harvest ripe buds before May. I grow sweet tooth breeder Steve, and it finishes in about 7 weeks. These short plants are extremely stealthy, and an added plus is that there are no law enforcement types out looking for weed in April and May. You can easily hide these 2 to 3 foot tall plantlets in the evergreens, or in your outdoor vegetable garden. Small plots like this can also be placed along an east-west oriented chain link fence. Let the weeds at the base of the fence camouflage your containers. Here's how we do the double harvest, springtime grow. Start plants, or root cuttings, in late December to early January, using a 24-hour light cycle. Seedlings are started in 1-gallon plastic pots. Cuttings are planted in these pots after they are rooted and growing. The pots are filled with Pro Mix. End of February, early March, your 1-gallon plastic pots should be completely filled out with roots by now, indicating that it is time to move them to their final home. My preference is a 3-gallon container. These pots are filled with compost, bat guano, and Pro Mix. Allow the plants to grow for 2 weeks in the larger pots. Fire this, force flowering by adjusting the light cycle to 12 on, 12 off, for the next 2 weeks. Page 316 Chapter 32 Cornfield growing. Cornfields used to be a great place to grow around here being central Illinois. However, The advent of agricultural practices that include a combination of fall plowing, early finishing strains of corn, and the usage of huge planters combines, practically guarantees that the combines will be out in the fields before even the earliest maturing strains of cannabis are finished. If you are in an area where the corn is not planted until late spring, early summer, you probably have a better chance of harvesting your crop. When growing on farmland, the guerrilla grower is already blessed with a base of rich, black topsoil, already dug up, and partially tilled, by the farmer. Use the existing topsoil, but dig it out to a depth of 18 inches with a shovel, chopping it up and removing roots and other crap. Keep a close eye on the field. When you have determined that the farmer is done spraying and cultivating, go in and plant your pre-established cuttings. Start mine in 1-gallon pots, and allow them to grow to a height of about 12 inches before I transplant out into the corn. Make sure that you have a plan to locate your plants later in the year, because the corn gets pretty large. Count the number of rows from a known landmark, such as a telephone pole, a fire hydrant, or whatever marker that you have available. As you walk that row, keep careful count of how many paces that you take to get to the grow area. As far as fertilizers go, corn absolutely loves nitrogen, and the corn farmer adds a huge supply of nitrogen to the soil before each and every corn crop. An added plus is that the corn will suck most of that nitrogen out of the soil by the time that the cannabis plant begins to flower, so there is not much worry about excessive amounts of nitrogen affecting your buds. The guerrilla grower will need to add a high phosphorus flowering fertilizer before flowering begins, sometime around late July or early August. Most corn that is grown around here goes 120 days from planting to harvest. This means that, if you observe the field being planted around the 1st of May, the farmer will be back to harvest sometime in very early September. This time frame is also weather dependent. If it is raining heavily, and the farmer cannot get his harvesting equipment into the field without getting stuck, this should buy you a few more days till harvest. Page 321 ready for harvest on the same date. As the corn ripens, the corn stalks will eventually dry out and turn a yellowish-brown color. This is when a green cannabis plant stands out the brightest against the cornfield background. Even after the ears have ripened, it typically takes quite a while before the corn is actually ready to harvest. The ears normally drop, and point downward, although it depends on the variety of the corn in question. The husks help to shed rainwater and dew, and the downward position of the ear allows moisture to drip off faster than it normally would. This helps the corn on the ears to dry. Farmers who harvest, and then transport their corn directly to a grain mill, usually harvest when the corn reaches about 16% moisture level. Farmers who dry their own may pick at slightly higher moisture sooner, then dry it down. A quick and easy test that the farmer uses to determine if the corn is ready to be harvested is to shuck an ear of dry corn. Shucking means stripping the husk off of the ear of corn. Holding the corn in both hands, leaving a couple of inches between your hands, twist the ear of corn back and forth, almost like wringing out a wash rag. If the corn squeaks while it is twisting, it is now dry enough to harvest. Hope this helps some cornfield growers out. Just a few tips and tricks of the corn farmer's trade. Silage fields are definitely a no-go for planting cannabis, since the corn is cut down so early. Your plants would just be getting off to a good start when they would be chopped up, and fermented in a silo somewhere. At least the cows that ate the feed would be happy. Start paying attention to see which farmers in your area leave the corn out past cannabis harvest time. As your plants grow larger, pull the tops of the surrounding corn stalks down to allow more light into your plating area. Another trick is to tie one cornstalk off to an adjacent cornstalk, using a piece of rope or wire. I see one problem with growing amongst corn in a cornfield. Would not the corn use up all of the available N and starve the cannabis plant of its needs? Corn loves nitrogen as much as cannabis does. It seems to me that there would be a lot of competition. Why not grow in an alfalfa field, since alfalfa builds up the available nitrogen in the soil? Do not grow cannabis in alfalfa fields. It will be a total waste of time, since the alfalfa crop is cut down a total of 3 times during the cannabis growing season. It is used to make hay. People have been growing in cornfields for years. It is definitely one of the oldest growers' tricks. The method has been overexploited, and is very well known by the law enforcement authorities. It is for this reason that I would not risk it. Would also feel bad if the crop was spotted, because law enforcement generally makes a huge mess out of a cornfield that they have to enter to find marijuana plants. Page 326. You doubt me? You will see what I mean when you get out there, and start walking across acres and acres of that clumped up soil. It really is a workout, be prepared. I love cornfields for cannabis growing purposes, but the guerrilla grower has to choose the right field. Corn that is grown for food or ensilage will be harvested early while it is still ripe and full of sugars. If the corn is grown to be used as livestock feed, the corn will be allowed to dry on the stalk, and picked late in the season. Harvest dates are usually September for food and ensilage purposes, and late October till December for animal feed. I wait a full week after the young corn has been sprayed for weeds. I then go in and pull 2 corn plants for each cannabis plant that I put in place. Fields that are rotated with legumes, such as alfalfa, do very well. The alfalfa stores large amounts of nitrogen in the soil, and the plants grow lush and vigorously. I do not worry about chemicals sprayed on the fields because the rainy weather in the fall flushes the plants very well. My biggest critter problem has been raccoons. They love corn, and they will use your cannabis plants as a ladder to reach the ears. Bad weather at harvest time is usually your friend. If heavy rains fall, and the ground gets too wet and unstable, the large combines cannot get into the field until the field dries. Usually the next spring. If there is snow on the ground, the wheels of the combines just slip and slide, going nowhere. If it rains, I just walk the field the next day and shake the water off the plants. Gives your plants more time for weight and resin production. Same thing if you get an early snow, just shake it off and keep on trucking. You can work at night with a half to a full moon. Cornfields are easier to negotiate in low light conditions because of the layout of the plants. If I can smell the garden from a distance, I replace that stinky strain with something else for the next year. Important, always wear a pair of safety glasses when negotiating any cornfield where the corn has reached your eye level. The dry, thick, very sharp leaves of the corn plant can do some serious damage if one hits you in the eye. It hurts when one of these things hits you, usually when you are ducking through rows of corn at full speed. Safety glasses include sunglasses, regular eyeglasses, or some kind of goggles that will keep the leaves from poking you in the eye. I got it so bad one time that I had to go to an ophthalmologist to have my eye looked at. It hurt like all hell. The doctor applied some coca-based drops to my eyes, and the pain immediately went away. I had scratched the surface of my eyeball, and when all was said and done, it took about 4 weeks for my eye to stop hurting like hell, and the irritation to go away. This little injury set me way back in my guerrilla growing schedule that year. This post is from one of the corn farmers that you guys are talking about, and I have a few things to say about this subject. First, where the hell is my cut of the profits? Like it or not, you have unwittingly made the farmer your partner. If you do not pay your partner, you are stealing from them. End of story. Page 331. Chapter 33. Swamp growing. Have any of my fellow guerrilla growers ever had any experience growing in what I perceive to be unhealthy waters? That is, swampy areas, wetlands, creeks that are stagnant and covered with algae, low and wet areas, etc. My idea is to place my growing container right on the bank of a slow-running, even stagnant, creek, or right into standing water in a swamp or wetlands area. Most, or hopefully all, of the plant's watering needs would be taken care of by the standing water at the base of the container. I imagine that they would get extra soaked when it rained heavily, and the water rose up the side of the container for a short while. What kind of problems do you all think I could run into when guerrilla growing in these kind of areas? Have a friend who uses wooden pallets as swamp platforms. He uses his method in the various swamps, bogs, and marshes that surround his property. He cuts a pallet into 4 equal pieces, using a Sawzall reciprocating saw, then paints the 4 pieces green and brown. Each piece is placed in a level area of the swamp, and secured to the ground with a couple of stakes. 20-gallon plastic grow bags, filled with Pro-Mix, are placed on top of each piece of pallet. The areas chosen to place the pallets are spots where the water will rise high enough, during a good rainfall, to completely soak the grow mix in the bag. The area must then drain over the next couple of days. The grow mix gets completely saturated with every rainfall, and the plants just bang out the growth. Super camouflage, no one wants to go where he puts them. He uses chest-high waders to walk around in the swamp. That swamp water is cold, even in the summer. I dig many small holes in the swamps and marshes, adding the soil, bit by bit, to high areas in the swamp, slowly building up a series of raised mounds, minimum of 18 approximately 24 inches above the high water mark, carry the dirt around using 5-gallon buckets. Be creative. Remove soil from the root balls of fallen trees, remove topsoil from adjacent woods, farm fields etc. The mounds naturally settle over time, so you can continue to add to them every season. Build the mounds high enough so that the soil in the mound does not become completely saturated. Cannabis roots can stand 3 to 4 days of saturated soil, but too long will eventually drown them. Best results have been obtained when I build the mounds between 2 and 3 feet above the high water level mark. Page 333. And I has almost given up on ever finding them again, when suddenly, there they were. The ladies were huge, bursting with life, vigor, and buds. The pH of your soil mix should be between 6.5–7.2. The dark swamp soil is very rich in organic matter, and also very fertile. Since swamp soil is on the acidic side, make sure that you get a reliable reading with a pH tester. Very fine dolomite, and oyster shell, lime can be added if the DH levels are off. Add perlite and sand to mucky soil to increase drainage. The perlite helps increase oxygen levels in the root zone, boosting leaf and flower growth, while the sand improves the drainage of your soil. For pest control, stretch out green, nylon mesh fencing to spook out the deer. Do not use fishing line, it reflects light like a laser when the sun hits it at the right angle. And it is bad for the environment. Started my swamp project today using the raised bed method. The groundwater level was about 16 inches below the soil surface. A mat of skunk cabbage, with leaves the size of watermelons, covered the floor of the swamp. The growth of skunk cabbage indicates that the soil is fertile, and will support rapid plant growth. Always check out the surrounding plants and vegetation for a clue to the soil's fertility. The nearby stream is high, about 3 feet deep in some spots, but that is the deepest that it will get during the entire growing season, short of a major flood. My grow spot is surrounded by downed trees, and horizontally growing vines. Clones from Cali Orange, Shiva Shanti, and Durban mothers receive plenty of light, allowing them to fill out well. My grow spots are all set to go, consisting of an 8-inch deep, raised bed, filled with a mixture of rich topsoil, worm castings, composts, and perlite. The 6.7 reading on the pH meter is good enough for me. Normally visit them about once a month to fertilize, twice a month when the plants are budding to keep track of their progress. Swamp vegetation grows so fast that your trails simply disappear after a week or two. I'm facing similar moisture difficulties here in New England this spring. My Guerilla garden is located in a seasonal swamp that is completely flooded in the spring. Because of the excess moisture, planting directly into the ground at this time is out of the question. Last year, I built 18-inch tall raised mounds, in order to increase the drainage of my soil. Perlite was mixed with the native soil at a 30% ratio, by volume. Dolomite, lime, and other organic fertilizers were added. It rained a lot last season, and the water table was only about 12 inches below the surface. Because of the subsoil moisture, the roots flourished. Root rot was avoided due to the superior drainage, and the additional oxygen that the perlite provided. When the summer heat starts to dry out the mounds, add additional mulch, in the form of a 6-inch thick layer of wheat straw. The mulch protects the shallower roots from drying out, and also holds moisture very efficiently. My favorite areas are seasonal or partial swamps. This type of swamp has a water table that is on, or near, the surface in the early spring, draining to 3 to 5 feet below the surface during late the spring and summer, determined by the amount of rainfall received. Marshy areas, located near streams and rivers, are good spots to explore. They contain mostly short vegetation, because page 337 was set directly into the swamp water, and 4 golf ball-sized holes were cut in the bottom of the container, using a razor knife. When I visited again, 3 days later, the entire 30 gallons of mix was completely soaked through. Use cocoa coir bricks instead of peat moss or sunshine mix. The coir is much lighter weight, and easier to transport. A grower can fit 3 blocks of coir into a large backpack. Each one of those bricks expands so much that they actually overflow out of 20-gallon containers. 3 bricks of coir would fill 2 of your 30-gallon containers. The total weight of the coir, dry, would equal about 12 pounds. 2 bales of peat-based grow mix weigh in at about 60 pounds, each. Don't even ask me about when they are wet. Find a spot in the swamp that gets sun all day long, and is as secluded as possible. Look for areas where the ground is wet when stepped on, but only holds standing water for a couple of days, maximum, after a heavy rainfall. Break up the ground with a shovel, mix in a half cup of dolomite lime, and some organic fertilizer. Cut the bottom off of your plastic tote, and jam the base 2 or 3 deep inches into the wet ground. To help with camouflage, use a container that is green or black. Fill up your container with the growing medium, and you have a raised bed above the swamp, that is constantly irrigated by the moisture below. Throw the coir bricks into each container. In a couple of days, the groundwater will cause the coir to expand. Once the coir expands, it is mixed with some topsoil, bat guano, worm castings, and a half cup of oyster shell lime. Now, plant your clones or seedlings, and you won't have to worry about watering them again. I hit them with a couple of gallons of water each when they are transplanted. Pile dead vegetation, clumps of mud, weeds, and small branches around the sides of your containers. Many weeds will sprout from this mulch, camouflaging your growing setup quite effectively. Thanks. Great idea. When you have to backpack stuff an hour into the bush, cocoa bricks are the only way to go. 4 clones, per 30-gallon container, is a good number to start with. It depends on the genetics of your chosen strain. Growing huge sativa plants, down south, would probably only allow 1 plant per container. Up north, using early flowering, indica-dominant strains, you might be able to get away with up to 6 plants per container by training the plants in 6 different directions. They are just bricks of coir. I can't remember the exact size when they are compressed, but they measure out at about 8x6 by 12 inches, weighing in at about 5 pounds per brick. They are very easy to conceal and transport, and are rehydrated simply by placing them in standing swamp water. I usually place the brick in the bottom of my container, and place the container in the standing water. The water flows into the container through the drain holes, rehydrating the coir. It will take at least 3 days of soaking to rehydrate a compressed coir brick. Page 344 Chapter 34 How to grow a 5-pound plant. I am going for a 5-pound yield off of a single plant this season. I plan on working my ass off, digging, amending, adjusting pH, foliar feeding, and collecting and storing irrigation water. You guys got any tips for me? When I first discussed the subject of a 10-pound plant, the other growers at overgrow.com just about laughed me off of the board, that's putting it mildly. The word liar was mentioned, and some still won't believe that it can be done, or only in Cali, blah blah blah. The common crap going around at that time was 1 gallon of soil per foot of growth, and 5 gallons of soil was more than sufficient for outdoor grows, etc., etc. Here we are today, growing in 300-gallon, and even larger, containers. Bravo to you, my friend, welcome to the party. Best of luck to you. What size plots are they going to be transplanted to? In my experience, the square footage of the Guerilla garden, and the depth to which it is dug, is the single most influential factor in the final yield of any Guerilla-grown cannabis project. If one am going for maximum yield, off of a single plant, the first requirement is to find an area that is very secluded. Am not doing all of that back-breaking work, just to provide some thief idiot a £5 stash of my primo buds. My most inaccessible garden areas are all located deep into wetlands, swamps, where I have to wade through standing water at all times of the year in order to reach the site. I look for raised areas that already contain good soil, so that I do not have to pack in extra soil on my back. For a project like this, the minimum sized garden that I would even bother with would be 1 cubic foot of tilled soil per ounce of desired final yield. A 5-pound plant equals 80 ounces, so my garden size is a minimum of 80 cubic feet of enriched soil. A Guerilla garden with a 10x 10 foot perimeter, 12 to 18 inches in depth, works out to 100 cubic feet for the shallower garden, and about 150 cf for the deeper garden. Added amendments include alfalfa meal, back-to-nature composted chicken manure, high P-BAT guano, bone meal, kelp meal, gypsum, and rock dust. All of these amendments are dry and lightweight, making them much easier to transport into my secluded gardening areas. Page 349. When you walk through, I think that I have actually spotted a couple of velociraptors lurking in the shadows, watching me. I explore for garden sites in these areas because there is always a high plot of land found amongst all of the muck. Our 6-pounder was grown on a topsoil island, raised about a foot above the muck, which consisted of about 300 square feet of quality soil. The plants are bottom watered because of all of the moisture under the soil. The closest human evidence that I have found is a couple of Crown Lager Stubbies beer bottles around the remains of an old campfire. Even this was more than 3 miles away, according to my GPS. Fellow guerrilla growers. The 5-pound plant can be pulled off if it is done right. We got lucky, we found a gardening area with perfect topsoil, and what was apparently an underground water source of some type. We are nowhere near a source of water, but our grow holes fill with pH 6.6 water at a depth of 24 inches, providing plenty of irrigation all season long. Last season, me and my cronies harvested a single, 7-pound plant. One of her branches was 8 feet long, and yielded a pound by itself. We had to construct a chicken wire and pine board trellis around the entire plant because the branches were starting to peel away from the main stem due to the weight of the buds. That one plant filled my entire, 1-car garage with wall-to-wall drying buds. My 83-ouncer started out as a rooted clone, taken from a 3-year-old, indica-dominant mother plant. The plant was rooted in November, and grown indoors under 24-hour light until the second week of May. The plant was grown in an 8-gallon pot the entire time that she was indoors. She was placed outside to harden off on May 12th, and was then transplanted into my backyard garden on May 22nd. Not sure of the exact strain, but definitely indica-dominant. I dug a 3x4 foot hole, 2 feet deep, and topped it off with pH-adjusted, peat moss-based grow mix, enhanced with 5 pounds of bone meal, 5 pounds of blood meal, and a few different types of animal manure-based composts. Using a lawn sprinkler, soaked the entire garden, mixed it up thoroughly, and planted a week later. 2 days before transplanting, the soil in the container is soaked with vitamin B transplant solution. I water them with well water, which flows out of the tap at a pH of 7.1 and 8.75 EC electrical conductivity reading. All of my plants, legal or illegal, love that well water. My secret is foliar feeding with an alfalfa tea-based solution. I can only foliar feed for the first 30 days or so, or else the plants get too large for my 6-foot fence to hide. Secret number 2: once the amount of water delivered to my plant's root zone. The soil is shallow watered a couple of times a week, with about 20 gallons of water. Every 10 days, and only during vegetative growth, I simply lay the hose in one corner of the garden and allow it to run at a slow trickle for more than an hour. I move the hose from corner to corner of the garden, soaking it completely. I estimate that the plants get 200 gallons during these deep waterings. Harvest date for my indica strain is about October 10th. Back in the early 90s, the owner of the original seed bank in Holland was interviewed by High Times magazine. In that interview, Neville described the conditions needed to realize a 5-pound harvest from a single cannabis plant. His candidate for this huge yielding plant was the skunk page 351 at the same time, cooling the internal soil temperature to optimum levels for nutrient uptake and microbial growth in the soil. Maximum nutrient uptake occurs when RZT root zone temperature is a maximum of 80 degrees F. The optimum temperature for microbial and bacterial growth in the soil is between 74 and 80 degrees FQL. Understand that most of you multi-pound growers out there use organic amendments added to your grow mix, which are then allowed to sit for a couple of months' time, usually over the winter and springtime. I have a pretty good understanding of organics and plant nutrition, but I was wondering if you experts could hook me up with some of the secret ingredients and techniques that you have developed over years of testing in your own gardens. I have had experience growing in many types of soil mixes over the years. This is a very basic, but very effective, soil mix used by the 10-pound plus outdoor growers in northern Cali. These guys grow in huge containers, usually 300 to 400 gallon smart pots. Mixing the following ingredients yields around 50 cubic feet of mix, or just over 300 dry gallons. This amalgamation will top off a 6-foot diameter smart pot to a depth of 18 inches. Adjust the amount of amendments added to fit the size of your container or grow hole. Because of the added chicken manure component, this mix is really only suitable for outdoor grows. 25 bags. Black Gold, organic potting soil at 1.5 cubic foot per bag equals 37.5 cubic feet 4 bags. Stutzman Farms, 322 chicken manure ferts at 1 cubic foot per bag equals 4 cubic feet I bag. Large perlite at 4 cubic feet each equals 4 cubic feet 1 bag. 50 pounds steamed bone meal, must be steamed, equals about cubic foot 20 pounds gypsum. As far as the gypsum goes, if your irrigation water pH is closer to 7.0, and cannot be adjusted downward, use a mix of 50/30 gypsum to dolomite limestone instead of 100% gypsum. These ingredients are mixed well, using a very large, rented concrete mixer. After adding mix to container, water thoroughly equal to 20% of the soil volume, in this case 60 gallons over a few hours' time. Any runoff that you create will actually be carrying your nutrients away. Water slowly, but thoroughly. The mix is then allowed to cook for a minimum of 45 days. After that, you can transplant at any time. Good luck. If your water supply is clean, pH in the 6.0 to 6.8 area, water this mix with plain water when the plants are in active vegetative growth. If the pH of the water is above 7.0, use earth juice grow and catalyst as a pH down solution, about 1/8 teaspoon of each per gallon. Add enough to adjust page 338 plant every couple of weeks during the vegetative season, then water it in. Over the last decade, I have had the pleasure of working in the agricultural supply business. My position in this industry has allowed me to communicate, on a regular schedule, with a variety of recreational growers, guerrilla growers, and lately, the new mega medical growers. Some of these guys grow 8 to 10 pound beanstalks, using up to 12x 12-foot holes, year after year. There are 3 common threads that add up to one of these amazing seasons. The larger the holes, the larger the yield, approximately 1 cubic foot of soil per ounce of desired yield. Where the roots can spread, the plant will follow. Maximum sun exposure, at all times of the year. Garden locations must be selected with a southern exposure in mind. A maximum yielding super plant should see sunlight from sunrise until sunset, 0.1 to approximately 14 hours per day as a rule. The more sunlight the better. Always be sure that your plant will receive the same 12 to 14 hours of sunlight during flowering. The sun moves lower into the southern sky in the fall, and any tall trees to the south could end up shading your garden at the most important time of the year. A well-prepared, pH-adjusted, organic soil, inoculated with a mycorrhizal fungi mix compost starter, and watered with aerated, compost teas. The recipe for the tea is up to you. Some of the more exotic amendments that these guys add to their mixes include composted chicken manure, ground oyster shells, steamed bone meal, azomite, glacial rock dusts, gypsum, green sand, kelp meal, and feather meal. Have a breeder friend who grows in 200-gallon smart pots. Full up organic soil, and 1 plant per smart pot. His regular yield, over the last 5 years, has been approximately 8 pounds per plant, most years closer to the 5-pound side. The plants are grown for a total season of 210 days, transplant to harvest. Not going to reveal my location, but last year, a local indica sativa clone, called Blue Bomber, was transplanted into a 200-gallon smart pot on May 27. By October 20, she ended up yielding very close to 5 pounds. My homegirl planted a Blue into a 100-gallon pot about a week earlier than that, gave her minimal care, and still ended up with almost 5 pounds. Next year, I will be hitting my plants with some supplemental street light from May 15 transplant day until June 1. This is to prevent premature flowering. These yields are based on the use of well-blended, organic soil mixes. Oh, when I read threads, articles, and stories concerning the mysterious 5-pound yielding plant, the discussion invariably turns to the subject of monitoring the conditions of the fertilizer, soil, and irrigation water through the use of digital test meters. 5-pound plus yields are only obtainable if all conditions are as close to perfect as possible. These meters provide a numerical readout, giving the Guerilla grower some digital feedback on what is happening at the molecular level, deep inside the growing mix. Page 361 Conclusion The hungry guerrilla grower, seeking the holiest of the holy grails in the cannabis growing world, the 5-pound plus plant, must go back and devour the information and methods detailed in this chapter, as well as the preceding 35 chapters of this paper. The 5-pound grower is considered the PhD of the Cannabis College, and all other guerrilla growers should bow before him/her in awe. These multi-pound plant growers constantly research, test, and modify new grow methods as they are presented. Experiment with various methods. Try to work with the same strain for a couple of seasons, in order to get a feel for the wants and needs of that line of genetics. The yield of certain genetics can be vastly improved through the use of the many novel methods presented in this paper. A 5-pound per plant yield is rare, going only to those elite growers willing to give up the time, sometimes an entire year of work and preparation, as well as the money, that it takes to fund a large, professional operation like this. This kind of yield takes a hell of a lot of work, but it can also pay off very big at harvest. Once all the work is in, the crafty guerrilla grower knows that he can use that 5-pound garden again, year after year. After harvest trimming is over, and the buds have been put away to cure, the high-yield guerrilla grower can party and relax for only a short time. Once the new year passes, it is time to get to work again, planning and hauling, sprouting seeds, taking cuttings, always looking towards topping off those empty coffers with high-grade colas for yet another season. The modern guerrilla grower, ever security conscious, hauls amendments to the garden in the dead of winter. Four-wheelers are out and snow machines are now in. Frozen over streams and creeks become ice highways, which lead directly to your garden. Amendments and supplies can be carried in during snowstorms and bad weather. Any trails created are covered with snow in 10 minutes time. Shovel that snow into on-site, plastic, 55-gallon drums during the snowfall. When the snow melts, the drum will be full of clean irrigation water, no pumps, no batteries, just a snow shovel needed. New medical marijuana laws have now advanced the cannabis production industry to state-of-the-art. Backyard grows, full sunlight, well-tended and heavily irrigated, some of these plants yield more than 12 pounds per season. These guys are demonstrating what can be done with a cannabis plant when she can be grown in your backyard garden, in full sunlight, like your aunt's tomato plants. These guys are an inspiration to the rest of us poor guerrilla growers, still hiding our plants in the bushes, and still hauling in water and fertilizers by hand. Knowing that there is a good chance to get at least half the yield that the big medical growers get, equal to 5 pounds or better, is motivation to get out there and dig a couple of 1 and 2 plant gardens. It is a lot easier to avoid a felony when you only have to grow a few plants to end up with your target yield. Guerrilla growers always have to be concerned with total plant count, especially when exceeding that count means a felony charge. 5 separate plants, all 5-pound projects, can be placed miles apart. If 2 of the plants are found, and 3 of the plants give up 5. Page 368, no mass. Roberto Duran, November 25, 1980. Superdome, New Orleans. Over the last 5 years, has been 5, approximately 8 pounds per plant, most years closer to the 5-pound side. The plants are grown for a total season of 210 days, transplant to harvest. Not going to reveal my location, but last year, a local indica sativa clone, called Blue Bomber, was transplanted into a 200-gallon smart pot on May 27. By October 20, she ended up yielding very close to 5 pounds. My homegirl planted a Blue into a 100-gallon pot about a week earlier than that, gave her minimal care, and still ended up with almost 5 pounds. Next year, I will be hitting my plants with some supplemental street light from May 15, transplant day, until June 1. This is to prevent premature flowering. These yields are based on the use of well-blended, organic soil mixes. Oh, when I read threads, articles, and stories concerning the mysterious 5-pound yielding plant, the discussion invariably turns to the subject of monitoring the conditions of the fertilizer, soil, and irrigation water through the use of digital test meters. 5-pound plus yields are only obtainable if all conditions are as close to perfect as possible. These meters provide a numerical readout, giving the guerrilla grower some digital feedback on what is happening at the molecular level, deep inside the growing mix. Page 361. Conclusion. The hungry guerrilla grower, seeking the holiest of the holy grails in the cannabis growing world, the 5-pound plus plant, must go back and devour the information and methods detailed in this chapter, as well as the preceding 35 chapters of this paper. The 5-pound grower is considered the PhD of the Cannabis College, and all other guerrilla growers should bow before him/her in awe. These multi-pound plant growers constantly research, test, and modify new grow methods as they are presented. Experiment with various methods. Try to work with the same strain for a couple of seasons, in order to get a feel for the wants and needs of that line of genetics. The yield of certain genetics can be vastly improved through the use of the many novel methods presented in this paper. A 5-pound per plant yield is rare, going only to those elite growers willing to give up the time, sometimes an entire year of work and preparation, as well as the money, that it takes to fund a large, professional operation like this. This kind of yield takes a hell of a lot of work, but it can also pay off very big at harvest. Once all the work is in, the crafty guerrilla grower knows that he can use that 5-pound garden again, year after year. After harvest trimming is over, and the buds have been put away to cure, the high-yield guerrilla grower can party and relax for only a short time. Once the new year passes, it is time to get to work again, planning and hauling, sprouting seeds, taking cuttings, always looking towards topping off those empty coffers with high-grade colas for yet another season. The modern guerrilla grower, ever security conscious, hauls amendments to the garden in the dead of winter. Four-wheelers are out and snow machines are now in. Frozen over streams and creeks become ice highways, which lead directly to your garden. Amendments and supplies can be carried in during snowstorms and bad weather. Any trails created are covered with snow in 10 minutes time. Shovel that snow into on-site, plastic, 55-gallon drums during the snowfall. When the snow melts, the drum will be full of clean irrigation water, no pumps, no batteries, just a snow shovel needed. New medical marijuana laws have now advanced the cannabis production industry to state-of-the-art backyard grows, full sunlight, well-tended and heavily irrigated. Some of these plants yield more than 12 pounds per season. These guys are demonstrating what can be done with a cannabis plant when she can be grown in your backyard garden, in full sunlight, like your aunt's tomato plants. These guys are an inspiration to the rest of us poor guerrilla growers, still hiding our plants in the bushes, and still hauling in water and fertilizers by hand. Knowing that there is a good chance to get at least half the yield that the big medical growers get, equal to 5 pounds or better, is motivation to get out there and dig a couple of 1 and 2 plant gardens. It is a lot easier to avoid a felony when you only have to grow a few plants to end up with your target yield. Guerrilla growers always have to be concerned with total plant count, especially when exceeding that count means a felony charge. 5 separate plants, All 5-pound projects can be placed miles apart. If 2 of the plants are found, and 3 of the plants give up 5, no mass. Roberto Duran, November 25, 1980. Superdome, New Orleans.